right, guys, welcome to the Snowman Sportsnet College Football. This is going to be your home for LSU Clemson. Of course, I am not Snowman. Of course, I am Deets. If you have tuned in to Snowman in the Morning, you know totally Deets, Snowman in the Morning. Thursdays, we talk college football. We will be calling the Clemson LSU game when it starts. I just wanted to jump in, give a little test run on some things that are going on. So the game is supposed to start at 7:30. Right now it is 7:10. So we've got some time to wait. But this is going to be a different kind of contest. This is going to be a different kind of play-by-play because this is the first time I'm ever doing this. So we're going to give it a shot, see how it goes, see how everything plays out as we go here. But Clemson LSU will be coming on. Right now we're just watching the end of Alabama and Florida State. And Florida State took care of business against Alabama. We will talk all about it on Snowman in the Morning. Of course, this will be a big talk of the town as Florida State with a big upset, a big comeback after last year to come out and play the way Florida State did. It was amazing. Of course, I talked about this. I talked about it in my appearances with Snowman. I talked about Florida State being 14-point dogs at home. Like, you never would see that. In my era growing up, Bobby Bowden, you would never see Florida State 2-touchdown dogs at home. That's unacceptable. They come out here. They are now up 14. It's 31-17. Florida State really just has to run the clock out. They might tack on some points here, but really the damage has already been done for Florida State. But then we got to wait for LSU and Clemson. Just to give you guys a heads up of what's going on, I'm going to be testing some things out during this because not only do I have this going on, but I also have a fantasy draft going on. So I'm going to try to make my picks. More importantly, I'm going to be calling this game. But if I do dip away for like a millisecond, it's to go pick my guy and leave. So that's that may happen. It may not. But we'll be keeping an eye on everything. As always, if you're in the chat, if you're here watching, if you're here ready to watch the game, ready to talk about football, if you're watching the game, I need to say this. I'll say it again when the game starts. But if you plan on watching the game here, and you're in the chat, please, no spoilers. I'm watching on streaming, so I may be behind you. If you want to take, if you tune in and you realize, oh no, this play already happened, you may want to wait till a commercial. Wait till we come back from commercial, and then pause your game. Wait till we come back, and then we'll be re-up, and then we can discuss the plays, and we'll discuss everything. We'll discuss everything as it goes. So that's where we're going. But let's get live here. Let's talk. This is week 1 of college football. There has been a lot going on. Snowman did the call earlier. Ohio State defeating Texas in a game that was really a slugfest until we got to the fourth quarter when these teams started opening up. But in that game, we saw a lot of coaching decisions, a lot of decisions that will be second-guessed. They will be second-guessed all day. I'm sure Monday morning, I'm sure every sports channel will be second-guessing. Should Sarkisian have gone for it on fourth down? Should he have done this? Should he have done that? Should he have given the ball to his running back inside the 10-yard line instead of trying to run with his quarterback? There will be a lot of questions about that Texas-Ohio State game. But what everybody's been talking about all week is Texas-Ohio State. This is the biggest game ever. This is the biggest game ever is coming up right now. This is the biggest game of the week. Clemson versus LSU is going to shape the college football season. And I've been talking about this for weeks and weeks on end. You know, I've been talking about this since this game was presented, and since everybody started talking about, this game is, since everybody started talking about Texas-Ohio State is the biggest game of the week, and I'm like, no, this game tells you more about the season. I mean, right now, Alabama's losing to Florida State. If LSU can beat Clemson, look at where that puts LSU in the order of the SEC. Texas, we just saw Texas have a very inauspicious start to their season, but it was against Ohio State, the defending champs. So we have to take that with a grain of salt. We've seen Georgia just absolutely steamrolling Marshall. So they look good on both sides of the football. So we already know Georgia looks good. But where does LSU fit in the SEC? Are they going to be a team that challenges for that second spot? Or are they just another LSU mid-level team? That will be a great thing that will be the thing that we find out about LSU. And for LSU, it all starts with Garrett Nussmeier, their starting quarterback. He has to play big in this game. He has to be able to maneuver himself. When you look at Clemson, when I think about Clemson's defense, I always think about pass rush up the middle. And we've seen that from years on end. Clemson has always had pressure up the middle and allow the ends to come around. But the pressure usually comes from up the middle. So, and Garrett Nussmeier is not a guy who's gonna beat you outside. He's not gonna be a guy who's gonna run outside the pocket. He's gonna beat you from inside the pocket. So if Clemson can collapse that pocket on him, that's what we want to see. We want to see if Nussmeier can handle that. That'll help him in his draft status. On the other side of the ball for LSU is getting one of the best players in the country back. Harold Perkins Jr., as a freshman 2 years ago, dominated the game. Any game he was in, he dominated the game. And last year, he tore his ACL prior to the season, missed the entire season. Now he's back. Let's see if he can get back to that dominant player. That's the guy I'm going to be looking for when LSU is on defense. And this is absolutely insane. Florida State fans rushing the field because they beat number 8 Alabama. Okay, you saw this earlier. I talked about this earlier with Snowman. Ohio State beat Texas at home. Ohio State fans were absolutely going crazy. They did not rush the field. Why? Because Ohio State knows they got bigger things to worry about. They got bigger things than what they're doing. There's no reason to rush the field because you beat number 8 Alabama in your season opener. I understand that this is college and these are college kids and they should be able to do what they want. But that being said, this is college football. Like, this is, I understand they're college kids and they want to, but there's no need for Florida State to rush the field. Know your history. Know who you are. You're Florida State. You've played bigger games than this, and you've got bigger things ahead of you if you keep this going. There's no reason for the fans to rush the field. But again, this is the fans. They can do what they want. All right. But while we were talking about the game, so I'm looking at Harold Perkins on the LSU defense. Let's go to Clemson's side of the football. On the Clemson side of the football, what I am looking for on offense, obviously, Cade Klubnik is right now with Arch Manning playing the way he did in the opener. The door is open for either of these guys, either Nussmeier or Klubnik. Whoever plays better in this game is going to have the leg up in the Heisman Trophy. So, you know, it's early, obviously, week 1. It's way early, way too early. But that being said, you can never get the hype train started early enough. We've seen that year after year with the Heisman Trophy. If Clemson plays really well and Klubnik is integral in that, that could be big. What I'm really looking for out of Clemson though is Antonio Williams and Bryant Wesco Jr. These two guys at wide receiver, they're probably the two best wide receivers in the country right now. Clemson has the best wide receiver group. Cade Klubnik should be able to move the football. The question is he going to have time? Will the LSU defensive front be able to get to him? Will Harold Perkins be able to make plays in the backfield to stop this? That will be the thing that we look at when we look at Clemson. When we look at Clemson. And I see people joining the chat as we go. We're getting close to kickoff. It's 7:20 right now. The kickoff, I'm waiting for them to schedule the kickoff. I know that the views and everything is supposed to start at 7:30, but the game will start at 7. The game will start probably around 7:40, 7:45, somewhere around there with kickoff. So we'll get that going. But Clemson on defense, as I said, Clemson usually has guys up front, and one of those guys is Peter Woods. Peter Woods coming back at defensive tackle. You need to get these guys going. You need to find a way to get that pressure up front. That's the way Clemson works. So if LSU wants to do anything, they are going to need to plug the A gaps. Their guards are going to have to be stepping in. And all that does is leave edge rushers to be one-on-one. And if they can win those one-on-one battles, they can create havoc in the backfield. So we'll see what happens with the game. I expect it to be a very well-played game. As I said before, I said this with the Texas-Ohio State game. This is the first game. Now, this is totally different between the Ohio State-Texas game because these two quarterbacks have seen it all. They've been there. They've seen it. These guys are not going to get flustered by whatever they see. So they should be, it may start out a little bit feeling each other out. So that first quarter may be a little bit feeling each other out. But when we get to the second quarter and the third quarter, we should be seeing a lot of adjustments, a lot of changes from these guys. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in this game. I already made my prediction on Snowman in the morning, so I'm not going to worry about that. But as my fantasy draft begins, hopefully they'll tell me when my pick is up, so I can just go in, make my pick, and come back. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll see what that does to the stream. I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening. We'll find out. But we're gonna call the game. We're gonna be here. We're gonna get it with you. As I said, if you want to interact in the chat, absolutely do so. Don't hesitate to send anything. I will try. I will get to every comment that comes in as we're watching the game. I will get to anything. If you have questions about the game, if you have questions about what's going on, by all means, throw them in the chat. We'll discuss them during the game. We'll discuss them during timeouts. We will take care of you. Don't worry about it. We'll be interactive. We're here. That's what we're here for. We're here to be interactive. We're here to put the game. We're here to put this game on the schedule. Do some things, and you know what? Overall, we're here to have fun. We're here to watch college football and have fun. That's the goal. That's the goal of all of this. But the game hasn't started yet. They're showing some highlights. Of course, they're showing highlights of Ohio State and Texas. It'll be interesting to see where everybody lays out on this, because you can go a lot of different ways on this. For me, the way I'm going about this is it's the first game. I'm not going to hold this to Arch Manning and say Arch Manning is a bust because he was terrible in his first game against the defending. Shut up. No. This game will not define Arch Manning. It will not define his season. It will not define his career. Arch Manning will have many more chances to show us what he's made of. So we'll go with that. Of course, we got a lot going on. So what I'm going to do now, because the game hasn't started and we are live, I'm going to actually test this and see what happens when I go to my draft. Right here. Go to my draft. And I don't. Back. We come back and let's see. All right, so it does keep. It does keep it going when I flip over to my draft. So if I do pause for a little while, it's because I go over, I'm going to make my pick, and then I'm going to come back. But that's just the way we're going to play this. Garrett Nussmeier getting ready for the game. I mean, we got a long time to go for this game, so we'll see what happens. My fantasy draft is about to start. If I get the first, I'm obviously not going to switch back for like let me switch back for the seventh pick in my fantasy. I could care less, man. I could care less. If I miss a pick in the fantasy draft, I really don't care. I really don't care. It's not a big deal. Shit happens, it happens. But well, like I said, we're here. We're watching the game. We're going to watch the game as a fan. We're going to give you guys the call of the game. I don't have any of the updates for, I don't have the scores scrolling as Snowman usually does. A, I don't know how to do that. B, if I did know how to do that, I probably wouldn't do it anyway because I just don't know what I'm doing. But that being said, I'm here. I'm going to watch the game with y'all. I'm going to give y'all my perspective on the game. I'm going to call the game as it's presented to me, and then we'll go from there. So, that being said, we're watching the game as a fan of college football. Look, I have been a fan of college football for over 25 years. I've done, for more than 25 years. I mean, I've been a fan of college football since since 1989. So 35 years I've been a fan of college football. Okay. I am, and I just want this to be out there. I want to describe this to the viewers. I'm going to call this game as a fan. I am a fan of college football. I have no ties to Clemson. I have no ties to LSU. I'm calling this game straight down the middle. I'm not going to give you, I'm not going to try to pretend that I'm invested in either of these schools. That I'm going to tell you point blank whether I think something's good or whether I think something's bad. That's how I'm going to deliver this to you. And the fantasy draft just started, so as we get going here, Death Valley is rocking. Of course, it is. We are waiting for the start of the kick. We're waiting for kickoff, but we'll see how things go. With that, let me run over to the draft because it should have started already. People should be drafting. All right. So the good news is, well, I drafted my first round. I took Christian McCaffrey. I'm sure Snowman is very upset with me. But the reason I did that is because the guy drafting behind me was a 49ers fan. So me drafting Christian McCaffrey is a double whammy. It gives me a good running back, at least. And I knew he would probably draft him. So it allows me to do that. Let me see where we're at because it's a snake draft. So maybe it came back around to me. That'd be awesome. All right. So for the beginning of this, I'm going to be jumping in and out because I'm going to be doing my fantasy pick. Once the game starts, I'll probably be I'll be calling the game a lot more than I will be jumping back and forth with the fantasy stuff. But for right now, we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it by ear. We're gonna do what we do. We're gonna do what we can and get this going here. I have no idea. Let me give you some behind the scenes here of how StreamYard works. I have no idea whether this is recording. I have no idea whether you can hear me or not. I have no idea whether I'm talking to myself. If I am, so be it. It's been done before. It's not the worst thing in the world. But, we're sitting here. We're watching the game. We're waiting. We got Herb Street and Fowler on the screen. We got Garrett Nussmeier. He's getting ready to go. They're still warming up. So it's not the worst thing in the world that I'm bouncing back and forth right now. Let me see if my second pick went, and I got to update. All right. So just did my second pick of the draft, which a lot of people seem to be going wide receiver early. So, but me, I went. I think Snowman's gonna be extra pissed at me again because I just took Jonathan Taylor. So now I've got Christian McCaffrey and Jonathan Taylor on my team. So we'll see how that goes. In this league, quarterback, it's a one quarterback league. So I've got to quarterback's not a priority. It seems like wide receivers are going. I'm usually not big on wide receivers in fantasy because you can find guys that put up some numbers, and I know big time wide receivers, they usually put up big numbers in the NFL, but when you look at every time somebody talks about big time wide receivers, well, this guy's going to be double covered. Like you want the guy who's not going to be double covered, because most of the time they're going to get more of the targets. So we're going with that. As we get situated here, as we get going, we are live here. Of course, we're live in the Geno Nash studio. So I'm gonna make sure I say that before I get going here. But yeah, we're still waiting on everything and still waiting on this game to kick off. So we'll be back. We'll be back. I just want to check. Like I said, I just want to do a few of these draft picks, get a few good draft picks in. All right, so like I said, I think it cuts out, which is pretty cool. We're waiting on the kickoff. We're waiting on the kickoff. I gave you guys my opening thoughts. I'll do opening thoughts again when we get back to doing this. Be nice if I had a chair, but where I am situated right now, it is I got a lot going on here. So let me check, make sure my team is not up, because I know who I want to draft and I want to make sure they're still there, and they are. This is good. All right, just moving back. I'm moving back and forth between apps, between things going on. So we're doing some stuff. We're gonna make this work. We're gonna make this work. Okay, guys, we're gonna make this work. We're still waiting. The teams are still in. Teams are still in the clubhouse. So I imagine this game's not going to kick off till 8 o'clock. I'm here. I'm here. I'm giving you some in-depth. I'm giving you just some in-depth coverage. Oh, I think I'm on the clock. So let's go over and let's make a pick. See? Yeah. don't care about who joined. I want to know who people are drafting. All right, so we are calling the game. We're gonna call the game here. We're gonna get things going. We got the game on the TV. It's commercial. We're waiting. By the way, 3rd round pick, Victor. You'll be happy. I took Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts as my fantasy quarterback. So, as a Cowboys fan, I know people always say, why do you take this? I like to hedge my bets. Okay? I like to hedge my bets. I'm a Cowboys fan, so I hate the Eagles. But if the Eagles do well this way, at least I'm getting something out of it. At least he's helping me out. And you know what? If he doesn't do well, that's okay with me too. I'm okay with that. As a Cowboys fan, I'm okay if Jalen Hurts does not have a good season, and I'll take that sacrifice every time. So that's my reasoning on picking Jalen Hurts. Plus, where I was in the draft, if I had passed, it was. I kind of probably should have taken a wide receiver there, but all the wide receivers have kind of gone. So I'm kind of looking at this as, you know what? If I skip Jalen Hurts, I'm not going to be able to get him on the snake around. So I figure, why not take him with the 3rd pick, and then we'll start our wide receivers on the next one. So that's my thought. That's my thought process right now. At least it'll update me. It'll let me know when my pick is up, so I can just switch right over. That's a good thing. But anyway, we got the game going on. We got the game on. We're talking the game. If you're in the chat, get in the chat. Ask questions. We're waiting on the kickoff. I'm pretty sure the game doesn't kick off till 8:00 because they're just showing highlights right now from last year. Showing these quarterbacks. This is a quarterback situation going on right now. This is a game with the 2 quarterbacks that everybody wants to see, and so we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna get it going. If you're in the chat, let us know you're in the chat. We'll dap you up. Don't worry about it. If you come in and you're like, why am I looking at this? Why am I viewing this? Hey, if you're watching the game, mute the game. We'll call the game. We'll talk to you during the game. We'll shout you out during the game. Tell us what you're thinking during the game. That's the way to watch any football game. I mean, you watch any football game. I can tell you, Sundays at the bar watching games, a lot of people say, I don't want to watch the game around people. I'd much rather watch the game with somebody and have a discussion about what play is going on. By the way, we're going to stop right now. The national anthem is on. All right, we just had the national anthem played by the Clemson home band. Of course, Clemson at home. at Memorial Stadium, known as Death Valley. But hey, LSU is not, they're known to play in Death Valley. They know how to play in a version of Death Valley. But this one's a lot different. This one is a lot more orange. There's a lot more orange in this version of Death Valley. So we're checking that out. Clemson is still. They have to take a bus? They take a bus. They take a bus from their locker room to the game. What is this? That's insane. That is insane to me that they have to take a bus. They have to take a bus from their locker room to the facility. That's insane. But of course, they got to come down. They got to touch the rock. They got to do it. They got to do all that. So we're still waiting. Let's see where the draft is at. Let's see where my draft's at. I don't know. I should draft him right now. All right, let me mute the television here. All right, so we're gonna try. We're trying to work this out. I don't know how my lighting is gonna work. I don't know how my beer is gonna work. Let's see if that works. But that works a little bit better. A little bit better. I think it's a little bit better. You tell me if it's a little bit better. I think that's a little bit better. Plus, I think I can do this, and I can be kind of like a little bit comfortable and not destroy my knee. But here we go. Oh, we got something. Here we go. Dabo is running out. Dabo is running out on the field, and what are we doing? Get out of here. Dabo's running out on the field. He's going to touch the rock. Touch the rock. Touch the rock, Dabo. Let's go. Let's go. Clemson coming out of the tunnel. Of course, this is going to take an hour, so I'm not worried about it. All right, and we're back. And we're back. And we're back. You know, I thought about doing it. If he's still on the board by my next pick, if DJ Moore is still on the board by my next pick, I'm going to take DJ Moore just for the memes. Just for the memes, just so I can yell at Snowman. Just so I can yell at Snowman and tell him I have DJ Moore, and just so we can do some stuff. Let me see some stuff here. I don't even know if I can do that. No, that's not what I want. Hold on. Let's see if I can play this. There we go. If I end up drafting DJ Moore, that I will play that. I will play that. Just cause. Look at him showing the championship game. The 2020 national championship game. Look at all this. And that's participants. I don't want that. I don't know if I can see the chat. Yeah, I don't. Wait. Let's see what we can get. We'll see. All right. Well, if you're in the chat, let us know. Throw some stuff in the chat. So let us know you're here. Right now, they're interviewing Brian Kelly. I'm switching back and forth doing my fantasy draft until this game starts. I told Snowman too. I told him I wasn't gonna go early, and I ended up going early. And I ended up going early anyway because why not? But they're still waiting on kickoff. They just got to the stadium. They just got on the field. I would assume, and they're interviewing head coaches right now. The kickoff's not happening until at least 8:15, guys. Like, this is the problem with these kind of games is they say 7:30 and then the game doesn't kick off until about 8:15, which is a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. There he is, Garrett Nussmeier on the screen. I don't know why they're talking about temperatures, but whatever. Oh, they're talking about temperatures in Death Valley. But, whatever. Clemson fans going nuts. LSU fans are in attendance. I'm sure those guys are having a ball, and they better be ripped up. All right, we got kickoff coming. Opening kickoff. Clemson will kick to LSU. So Clemson kicking off to LSU, and here we go. It is on. The game is on. The kick soars into the end zone, and we have a touchback. So we start with a touchback. LSU will start with the ball at the 20-yard line. Here we go. Of course, LSU getting ready. Garrett Nussmeier with his weapons. Let's flip the page and let's get to the LSU offense. Let's get to the LSU offense. The biggest thing for me is can he get the football to his guy Aaron Anderson? Can Aaron Anderson do his thing? All right. Before the first play, let's see what happens here. What's happening? Am I out? I don't really care. I'll take. First play of the game, we have a run by LSU, and it is a damn good run off the left side, running off the right side of the offensive line. A nice cutback run. He breaks a tackle, goes down, and LSU is at the 49-yard line. Here we go. Nussmeier back to pass, throws to the tight end, and gets about a 5-yard gain. We have a 5-yard gain to the tight end. Yeah, I can't pronounce that name. Trades Green with a catch early on. So LSU showing up early. We got second and five for LSU as they come to the line. Nussmeier in the shotgun. We got running back standing to his left. We got 3 receivers to the left. We got motion coming across. We got the tight end going in and out. He flares it to the running back in the flat, and he's able to pick up the first down to the 38-yard line. LSU into Clemson territory, down to the 38-yard line. Moving on, it'll be 1st and 10. We have Durham, the running back. Kalen Durham already with 2 big plays in this game, 2 first downs already. Garrett Nussmeier in shotgun. He comes back. He comes up to the line, changing the play. We've got 2 wide receivers to the right. And he takes the shotgun snap, steps back, throws it deep down the field, and there's a lot of contact. Throwing for number 14. He was throwing for a guy not on my sheet. So we'll have to find out who he was throwing for, but he's a big guy at wide receiver, but he does push the wide. So we see they're gonna let him play right now. They're gonna let him play. First ball down the field, incomplete. Nussmeier 1 of 2 on the day. Here we go. We got number 14 in motion. It's the guy he just threw to. Nussmeier changing the play up. This is what senior quarterbacks can do. He changed the play. He moves the running back to the left side, and he takes the handoff, and Clemson has it all in the backfield. It'll be 3rd and long, 3rd and way behind the sticks for LSU. Be about 3rd and 12 as Clemson is able to get in. The defensive end was able to read that, and you're not going to be able to run that kind of an offense with Garrett Nussmeier as your quarterback. Nobody's thinking Garrett Nussmeier is going to run with football. We got something going on here. I don't know. We got something, and we got a timeout. LSU taking a timeout on 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11, they take a timeout. Brian Kelly wants to talk it over with his quarterback. So, all right, so here we go. So, comments do show up. So, the comments will show up. So, if you do comment, we will see it. So we'll see it as we go to a break. And since we're on a break, let me go over, check if it's close to my draft pick. I'll take it. If it's not, I don't even know. I don't even know what that, guys. Sorry about that. We lost the feed. We lost the feed for a minute. No worries. We're just on commercial. You're not missing anything. LSU is driving. It's third down, 3rd and 11 at the Clemson 42-yard line. Right now, if you're LSU, yeah, you want to get the first down, but right now, I think you want to set this up as a double-decker play. Now, what I call a double-decker is where you have a guy at about 7 or 8 yards that you can get the ball to, or you have a guy beyond the sticks, so at about 13, that you can push the ball down the field. So the reason why you want to do that, the reason why you want to layer it like that is if the defense drops back to cover the first down, you can throw it to your short guy, and if your other guy is deep enough, he may have enough time to run and get the first down. And I don't know what Brian Kelly's thinking, though. Brian Kelly trying to outthink him. Why you would do that coming out of a timeout, that makes no sense. So they run a draw play to Durham, and he picks up about a yard, if that, maybe not even. He probably got back to the line of scrimmage. So now you're looking at 4th and 11, and now you have no option. You got to punt. You got to punt the ball, and LSU is going to punt here. They're going to punt the ball away, and there you go. There's a kick. It's high in the air. Let's see if we can get a bounce, and it bounces into the end zone. So Clemson will start with the ball at the 20-yard line. So let's go. Let's see Cade Klubnik coming out. Before we get to the Clemson drive, and so that I can really focus on the Clemson drive, I need to get in here. What the fuck? Why is it taking forever? Why is my phone taking forever? Done. All right. Here we go. All right. So we are good. All right. Clemson on offense, starting at the 25-yard line. I'm starting at the 20-yard line, Starting at the 20-yard line, Cade Klubnik in shotgun. And here he goes. Zone read to the left. And LSU is rallying to the football, as LSU does. They always have that kind of a defense. And we have third down. Third down and about 9. I would say third and a long 9. Here we go. Actually, it's third and a long 8. And Klubnik back to pass. He's getting rushed, and he's sacked. And he's sacked by number 11. Let's see if he's on our sheet, and he's not on our play sheet. So this is a nickel corner blitz. You get great coverage on the field, but a blitz off the nickel, and Klubnik never saw him. Never saw this guy. Never saw the open rusher coming. Tried to elude it. Goes to the right, gets sacked, and that will be a punt. Clemson punting from their own end zone. Let's see what kind of a kick we get. We get a rush. Here we go. The ball is kicked away, and it's fair caught at the LSU 47-yard line. So LSU will take over at the 47-yard line when we come back. But whoa, hold up. There's a flag. Probably, usually it's a hold against the against the receiving team. That'll be a 5-yard penalty added to the end of the kick. That'll be 5 yards to the end of the kick. So doing math, not my Forte, but I believe they'll be at the 42. So coming back, LSU will start 1st and 10 at the 42-yard line when we come back. And let me see where my draft is at, because I need a tight end, and I can't allow this to happen. Shut up. All right, so we're in between the game right now. We're in between things. LSU getting the ball back. So far, LSU had a drive going. They got 2 first downs, but then they faltered on their last drive. But as we saw in the earlier game, LSU got the ball over midfield, but you know what? They didn't get the first down, and they punted, and they held Clemson deep, and now they get the ball back at the 42-yard line, and now they can run their whole gamut of offense. So you're seeing how different this is. How different a kicking game is. A kicking game is important right now. The punt game, very important to the NCAA right now, because a lot of these coaches want to gamble on 4th downs. But the kicking game is going to make or break these teams. So we'll see what happens here. Clemson showing the Clemson defensive coordinator for reasons I don't know, but they are. All right, here we go. Nussmeier in the shotgun at the 38-yard line. And there you go. Fake and a shovel pass. Fake to the running back, shovel pass. Clemson is not fooled. And if he got back to the line of scrimmage, I would be surprised. So maybe he gets 1 or 2. Let's see what's happening there. So let's see what's happening. 2nd down, 2nd and 7. So he did gain some yards. So they're up to the 40-yard line. Shotgun, fake the handoff. Nice quick throw. And the ball came out. And there goes Clemson, recovery, and down to the 21-yard line. Of course, they're going to review this as whether it's a catch or not. But right now, LSU is running off the field, so they probably know that it's a fumble recovery by Clemson. And it looks all right. He's down. Now, is that ball moving? Does that count as the ball moving? That's going to be where this comes down. And so let's see. So number 10 has the ball. His knee hits the ground, but it looks like the ball is a little bit shaky. I don't think and it hits the Clemson player in the knee. Number 6 is able to pick it up. He runs down. The big question is going to be, does that count as the ball moving before his knee hits the ground? In super slow motion, it looks like his knee is down before the ball is out, and nobody really forces it out. So I would say the ground forced that fumble. But because it was called a fumble on the field, they can go back and review it. But let's see what they do here. And he's just announcing that they're going to go review it. And Dabo's talking it over. So these are the kinds of things that we can talk about. If you're in the chat and you're watching the game right now, you can talk about it. They're reviewing it. They're looking at it. And the ruling on the field is a fumble. Clemson is looking at it on the replay. Of course, all the fans are cheering. Of course, they're going all over that. They're going all over, and this could go. You know, I could go either way on this one, and because it's either way, I would go call on the field. I would say fumble. But let's see. We got it. Let's see. And the call on the field is upheld. So 1 for 1. I'm 1 for 1. I said it's a fumble. There it is. Number 8 able to make. Just looking at my play sheet, see if I got the guy on. Of course, guys who make the plays, they're not on the play sheet. So, all right, Clemson takes over the ball at the 23-yard line. They're at the 24-yard line. Shotgun for Klubnik. Klubnik drops back to pass. He throws over the middle, and it's incomplete. So Clemson offense looking a little bit shaky right now. They have not done anything. There's Harold Perkins Jr., number 7, LSU, on the field, doing his thing. Look, this, I said it before the game. I said it in the pregame show. I said it. I've been saying it all summer. This is the guy. LSU needs to get this guy involved. Needs to have him doing everything that he can do. And here he is lined up shotgun. And it's a fake. And Klubnik back to pass, throws over the middle, double covered in the end zone. Ball falls incomplete. Intended for number 1. Intended for TJ Moore. But a double, throwing into double coverage on 2nd and 10. And right now, this Clemson offense is really anemic right now. But now it's 3rd and 10. You got running back lined up to the right. Shotgun. Klubnik in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers to the right. And he hands it off. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with I don't know what that play call is. That is a, hey, let's we got a turnover. Let's take our 3 and get out of here. Of course, Clemson's kicker. We all know Clemson's kicker from last year. As a freshman, hit a 53-yard field goal to win the ACC championship game. So here he is on his first try of the year, and it's up, and it is good. So Clemson on the board. Because of an LSU fumble, they don't get any yards of offense, but they get 3 points. So it's 3-0 Clemson, and we go to break. Go to a break. Let me see where I'm at. I don't even know. I was supposed to pick a tight end, but I got caught up in the game. All right. Sorry about that. Sorry about that again, guys. Just updating my draft. By the way, Snowman will be happy. I got another Colt on my team as I took Tyler Warren, the tight end. So fantasy draft is it's going all right. It's going all right. Right now, in my queue, I got my queue up. So it doesn't matter if I do end up getting picked. If I do end up picking, so whatever's happening. But right now, as far as the game we're concerned about, it is Clemson 3, LSU nothing. We're waiting on LSU to come back waiting on LSU to get the ball as Clemson will kick off. Clemson will kick off, and so we'll get that going. I don't know. As I said, I'm just trying this out because this is the only way I can watch the game. So whatever. But as I said, people are popping in and out. I see people popping in and out. Pop in and out. Give us a shout out. Tell us who you are. We'll shout you out, dude. We'll shout you out. We'll shout you out. We'll shout you out on the stream, man. We're watching this game. Why? Why do they keep showing? They've been showing this all week. Why do they keep showing Hurricane Katrina? Like we know Hurricane Katrina happened. Like we don't need to relive it. Like we're all there. So, of course, now they got Molly McGrath on Molly McGrath on the screen, and we're going with that. Oh, I think I'm up. I'm up for a draft pick. So let's do a draft pick before LSU makes a play. I don't even know. Kickoff. I don't care. It's gonna go. We're gonna come back and. All right. So right now, Clemson, LSU, they kicked off. It was a touchback, so who cares? But now LSU with the ball, shotgun, wide receiver coming in motion, and there's a handoff. And Durham is tackled behind the line of scrimmage. That Clemson defense is starting to figure things out. Clemson defense starting to figure things out, starting to do their thing. And here we are, 3-0 Clemson, 8:34 to go, first quarter. Here we go, 2nd and 11. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Running back lined up to the right. There's motion to the right. We have a flag on the field. We have a false start. False start on Clemson, so Clemson will back it up. Clemson will back it up 5. And right now, we're not seeing a lot of we're not seeing a lot from this LSU offense. It's pretty much zone read and throw the ball out quickly. So that's what we're getting. So we get the same formation. We get wide receiver motioning out. And here we go. Nussmeier back to pass. Throws to the left side. It's one-on-one coverage, and it's incomplete as the ball lands out of bounds. We have 2nd and 16, but there is a flag on the play. And let's check the flag. I'm not allowed to do that. All right, so waiting on the flag. It is pass interference. So that'll be a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down for the LSU Tigers. And number 17, look, the hands-on, I'm okay with, but you didn't look back for the ball. Yeah, you got to teach that guy look back for the ball. If he looks back for the ball, there, he doesn't get pass interference. But because he doesn't look back, it's an easy call. Now we got motion by the running back. Here he goes, handoff. He's got the ball. Here he goes, first down, and it's a 15-yard gain. There's the play calling I'm looking for out of Brian Kelly. Got some motion to the backfield, handoff to the running back. He runs off tackle to the right side, runs out of bounds, 15 yards, and another LSU first down. And while they're showing the replay of that, look at this. Great block by the wide receiver on the outside. Like that. Okay. What? Get out of the way. All right. For those of you that thought you missed anything, LSU ran the ball and got an illegal formation call. So that didn't happen. Then they lined up and called timeout. So you haven't missed anything. I don't know why this isn't. LSU runs the ball on first and 15. They run a nice little draw play, get the penalty yards back. It's now 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9 as LSU lines up right at midfield. They're right in the middle of the paw. So where they are, 49, 50-yard line, somewhere around there. So Nussmeier in the shotgun. Nussmeier in the shotgun, running back to his right. We have motion coming across, and there's a handoff. And Clemson has that play snuffed out. So we'll have 3rd and 9 coming up. 3rd and 9. As I need to check this. I don't know why this just stopped. Yeah, got the Eagles defense. Good. Now, I need a kicker. I don't care. I'll take him. All right, there we go. So we're good to go. All right, so fantasy draft is pretty much over. So Nussmeier throws the ball short, incomplete. It is 4th down at the 49-yard line, and LSU will punt, and Nussmeier is not happy with his offensive coordinator right now, or his quarterback coach, whoever he's talking to. He is not happy with them. So something's going on. He is not happy, but you get a nice punt out of bounds. Punt out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Clemson will take over when we come back. Looking at tomorrow's schedule, Virginia Tech versus South Carolina. Live, I believe that game's in Atlanta. And then you have Notre Dame, Miami at night. And, of course, Monday, TCU against Chapel Hill. And the premiere of Bill Belichick in college football. Lots of college football to get to this weekend. So lots to stick here. We'll have, and look, Snowman Multimedia will have every game. We'll be talking every game. And, of course, we'll be getting it all done for you. All right, Clemson now, shotgun. There's a nice little jet sweep, as we used to call it a jet sweep, as they hand the ball off to the wide receiver coming through, and he gets about 5 yards. So we have second and 5 as Clemson takes the ball. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Clemson up 3-0 coming off their field goal. Clemson still has not gotten a first down in this game, yet they lead at 3-0 because of the fumble recovery earlier. Here we go. Klubnik in the shotgun, moves the running back to the right side, and we have a timeout, Clemson. As the play clock was running down, Dabo wants to talk it over with his sophomore quarterback. And as they talk it over, let's look at what we got going on here. What is this? As they talk it over, let's jump over. What are we doing? Come on. All right, and back off the timeout. Clemson running the ball to the right, and they pick up a first down. And Clemson has its first down of the game as Adam Randall. He runs the ball for a first down, and here we go. Clemson now first and 10 at the 27-yard line. They've got a guy in motion. Here he comes, and a fake to the running back. Klubnik rolls out, throws over the middle, and he's got his receiver at the 43-yard line. And it's another Clemson first down. And here we go. Clemson now that Clemson's getting some first downs, now they can do the tempo. Now they can get going. Here they go. Fake to the running back. Throw to the slot receiver who just runs a nice spot route. And they get about 4 yards up to midfield. So they're at the 50-yard line now. It's 2nd and 3. 2nd and 3 at the 50-yard line. Again, if we see you in chat, if you're in chat, let us know. Let us know you're here watching the game with us. Let us know you're watching the game. Let us know who you're rooting for. Let us know anything you want to let us know about. Anything you want to talk about as far as college football goes. That's what we're doing. We're watching the game. We're calling the game. Here we go. 3 wide receivers lined up to the right, and we have a stoppage of play. There's a flag. And it is a false start, illegal procedure on Clemson, so it'll be 5 yards back. We'll have a 2nd and 8 Second and 8 coming up. Second and 8 coming up from the 42-yard line. As we roll back on this, and LSU trying to get the ball back, trying to get their defense to get going. Here we go. 2 wide receivers to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Fake to the running back. Klubnik rolls out, throws to the wide receiver, running a curl route, and he's out of bounds with a first down in LSU territory. Great play call right there. Great job by Klubnik to get outside the pocket. Good route as the wide receiver makes a nice stop route on the outside, able to hit him, and he goes out of bounds, not causing anything. First and 10, ball at the 45-yard line of LSU. Clemson on the move, 2 backs in the backfield. Here it is, and he hands off to the running back this time, and LSU is ready for it as they stop him in the backfield. Ball at the 49-yard line. 49-yard line for Clemson. It'll be second down and about 13 as a 3-yard loss on the running play. And this is a problem when you do running plays out of the shotgun. This is a problem, and Harold Perkins, get it. Look at Harold Perkins shed this block and just you cannot expect a run. You can't expect a wingback to make that block. That is a bad play call by Clemson. Can't expect him to block a guy like Harold Perkins coming on a blitz. So there you go. And Clemson is going to take another timeout. Their second of the half on 2nd and 12, 1:39 to go in the first quarter. 3-0 Clemson as we go to break. Going to break. We'll be back. Let me check my fantasy team. Oh, make. Let's get back. All right, coming back out of the timeout. It is they tried to run a slip screen. I don't know what that was. What the fuck just happened? Is it my pick? Am I on the board? No, I'm not out. Anymore. 2 picks. All right, there goes Klubnik. Escapes the sack, and he'll run for a little bit of gain. And on 3rd and 12, not enough for the first down, but it does put Clemson in an interesting situation here. First quarter, Dabo doing the right thing. This is something we have seen in college football. Coaches going for it in the dumbest of ways. Well, here we go. Dabo, belief in his kicker as they line up for a 52-yard field goal. Let's see it, 52 yards. And wait, what just happened? All right, let me explain this play. So what happened is they lined up in a field goal. They lined up as if they were going to go for a field goal, snap it straight to the kicker, and the kicker punted it. So it was basically just a pooch punt. and they get the ball down, and LSU will take over the ball down at about the 15-yard line. So a little bit of trickery from Dabo and the Clemson Tigers early on. Ball on the 16-yard line. Garrett Nussmeier starting off. Here we go with Garrett Nussmeier. Here we go. Tight end moves into the wing formation. Fake to the running back. Throw to the outside. He's got it over the middle, and it is a first down. LSU moving the sticks. Let's see if Brian Kelly wants to hurry up here with 27 seconds left in the quarter. Yeah, they're gonna huddle up, which probably means this play ain't getting off. So it's probably going to be the last play of the first quarter, but a nice route by number one, makes the play, breaks a couple tackles, and he has an LSU first down. If I'm LSU, I just walk this off. Not even worry about this. You're not getting this play off. So let's see if they do. 2-1, and that's the end of the first quarter. End of the first quarter and end of our first play-by-play call. Here we go. First quarter. We are 1 quarter in. My fantasy draft is over, so we are here for the duration, guys. We are here until the show stops. We are here. We are going to call the rest of this game. It is 3-0 Clemson, and we will be back after the break as we watch some interesting commercials here. All right, let me go check on my fantasy team, make sure we are okay. And then we'll go from there. Shut up. Who cares about me? All right. So first quarter, we're waiting on them to come back from the first quarter. First quarter of play, and in the first quarter of play, we are now here. The draft is over. The fantasy draft is over. So we're here for the duration, guys. We've been here for the first quarter. It's been, the only reason Clemson has points right now is because LSU fumbled the ball. So the defense, it's been a defensive game. And I said this when I was talking to Snowman, I said this on Thursday on the Totally Deep segment. I said, this is going to be, early in the game, early in the season, you're going to see this from teams. It's going to take them a while to get going. Here goes LSU in the shotgun handoff, and they get a first down. So LSU starting to put things together here. They got 2 first downs on this drive as we open the second quarter with an LSU 11-yard run. And here we go. So LSU doing their thing, getting the game going. We've got a couple people in chat right now because it is the second quarter. People are starting to tune into the game. 3-0. Clemson right now. LSU with the ball. First down on the 40-yard line. Garrett Nussmeier in the shotgun. Running back lined up to the right. Here comes the snap, and he hands off to the running back running left. He cuts up the field, and he's got a 9-yard gain to the 49-yard line. LSU 2nd and 1 coming up. LSU doing a good job of mixing it up right now. I like the way Brian Kelly's mixing this game up. They're hitting it with the run. They're throwing these short passes when they need it. They're not they're not going after the big play, which is a big thing. And this is what experienced quarterbacks do. They take what the defense is giving them. We have motion. Here we go. And he fakes it. Here comes Nussmeier over the middle, and he's got a guy wide open over the middle of the field and down to the 33-yard line. Nussmeier with a rocket over the middle. Nice play here. Fakes the quick hitter, and that opens up the middle of the field. Great job by Nussmeier. Great job working him with the eyes, holding that linebacker so that his guy could settle in the spot. Here we go. 2 wide receivers lined up to the left. Running back lined up to the right. Here's the handoff to the running back running, and he is tackled for maybe a 2-yard gain. I think this is this is an LSU thing. They got to stay patient with it, but I think this is the wrong move, and this is something Texas learned. They tried to run the ball up the middle. Texas tried to run the ball up the middle on Ohio State. Couldn't get it. Then in the second half, they started running to the wide side. We've seen LSU have some success running wide, so that needs to be a thing. And here we go. Motion and a fake to the running back. Here we go. And Nussmeier's going to be sacked by number 13 from Clemson. Came on the blitz, unblocked. That's a clear mismatch right there. Clear mix-up by the offensive line. Nobody blocked 13. He came untouched, and that is a huge mistake from the LSU. In LSU, actually, what that looks like to me, and just looking at it from a play calling standpoint, that looks like it was a zone read, and I think Nussmeier missed the read. I think that's a give read right there. But here we go. Wide receiver screen. And here we go. LSU has the ball in there. Guy on 3rd and 21. He gets down to the 36-yard line. This will put LSU in the middle of the field. It's a long field goal. We all know college kicker. College kickers. Here we go. But LSU coming off the field. This is what is this? This is about. So 35, you're looking at 15. You're looking at about a 53-yard field goal attempt. Clemson just passed up a 52-yard attempt. LSU will take the 53-yard attempt. It's up, and it's good. And LSU has tied the ball game. I see somebody in chat. Hey, if you're in chat, let us know you're in chat. Let us know you're watching the game. Let us know what you think about the game as we go to a 3-3 tie. As we go to the break, we'll be back for the kickoff. Let's keep going here. But as I was saying with LSU, LSU has had trouble running the ball up the middle, which I said at the beginning. That's the strength of Clemson's defense. Clemson's defense has always been strength between the tackles. if LSU is going to have success, it's going to be outside. That's why the runs that they've had have been the stretch plays where they've been able to get it outside, plays where they've been able to go outside and cut it back, and cut back against the grain. That's where LSU has been having their success in the running game. These runs up the middle, yeah, they're, you got to, it's like a boxer, you got to keep that jab. You got to jab the chest every now and then, even if it's not a strong point. Even if it's not a strong point, you just got to do it just to show you that it's there. But the LSU running game is really outside of the tackles and outside of the hash marks. That's where LSU has to make their play. Clemson, on the other hand, Clemson has really not had any success doing anything as far as the running game is concerned, as far as any offense is concerned. I mean, you look at what they got. The only reason they have points is because of the fact that they recovered a fumble that LSU fumbled the ball in their own territory. If not for that, Clemson has not moved the ball at all. So what we're trying to get, so what Clemson should be trying to do, and I think Clemson needs to do a lot more. I think they need to do a lot more of these quick hitters. I think they need quick hitters. I think they're trying to push the ball down the field too much. I think if I'm talking to my play caller, I want to be getting quick slants going, quick things going, because we're seeing a lot of blitzes from LSU. We're seeing a lot of rushing coming from those linebackers. The only way to hold those linebackers is to throw the ball right behind those blitzers and get into those open areas. So that's where I'd be looking here in the second quarter as we start to try to, try to plan this out here. That's always what I'm looking at when I watch a game. When I watch a game, I want to see, all right, what is the offense trying to do? What is the defense taking away? And how can the offense react to what the defense is doing? And right now it is a defensive game. So we're focusing on the offense because the defense doesn't need to change anything. Both defenses are doing just fine. They're getting sacked. They're getting to the quarterback. They're making plays. They're making plays in the running game. They're stopping the running game. So what I'm trying to give you is an idea of, if I'm coaching on the sideline, I'm talking to my coaches saying, if I'm Dabo Sweeney right now, and my offense is coming on, I'm saying, all right, how can we exploit what LSU is doing? And what LSU is doing, what LSU is doing on defense is they're rushing guys. They're bringing 5 and 6 guys each time. You can see it. You can see the fact that they're doing those kind of blitzes. So the key to Clemson is finding the gap and finding where they can make a move to exploit that. To be able to hold the ball as long for Klubnik, he's got to take a part of it. And there you go. There's a blitz, quarterback sneak, and he slides. Klubnik slides at the 40-yard line. So here we go. Here we go with a second and 5 at the 40-yard line for Clemson. Here we go. Total yards, 115 for LSU, 41 for Clemson. So Clemson's got to get something going on. Oh, they're at the 30-yard line, They're at 30-yard line, 2nd and 5 at the 30-yard line. Here's Klubnik back to pass. He throws into double coverage, and luckily he throws it high because there was a guy breaking on that ball. If that's anywhere near the wide receiver, that is going the other way. That is a pick 6 going the other way, because there was nobody near that. Good thing he airmailed that. If he puts that on the receiver, LSU is running that back for a touchdown. So here we go with that. 3rd and 5. Clemson 0 for 3 on 3rd down tonight. Here's Klubnik with a fake, and he hits a guy over the middle. See, exploiting that blitzing linebacker was able to pump fake, get a guy open, and that's the guy I was talking about at the early onset. TJ Moore making a big play as he comes across the middle, and Clemson is in business as they're in LSU territory with a first down, 1st and 10 as we go here, but big pickup by TJ Moore, but big play by Klubnik, spreads the defense, makes that pump fake, gets his guy open. Here we go. Klubnik in the shotgun with a running back to his right, hands the ball off up the middle, and Clemson and LSU is right there. They stop him, but he's able to keep the legs moving for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. We have a 3-yard gain here. I'm gonna move up a little bit here, so that I can get this going. Put this right here. All right, so here we go. Clemson now. And you really don't need me on screen. I'm really just calling the game. You know, you're probably just watching the game, probably listening to me call the game. Listen to me tell you what's going on. But here's Klubnik in the shotgun, two back formation. He fakes the handoff, rolls back. He's pressured. He breaks it. Here's Klubnik. He makes a move, and he's out of bounds with a first down. About a 7-yard run by Cade Klubnik. Nice run there. Great poise in the pocket. You see this. We talked about this. Watch him move the pocket here. The rush comes. He gets rushed. Guy tries to make the tackle. He's able to step up and slide out, and that allows him to be one-on-one. Safety comes up to try to make the tackle. He makes a move on him. Good job by Cade Klubnik, showing his ability. He's able to get out of bounds. Now we have a first down. It's first down at the 33-yard line, and there's a handoff to the running back, and he's stoned by that LSU defense. It'll be 2nd and 10. Second and 10. We see some life from this Clemson offense. Clemson offense getting some life here, and the life came by that play over the middle. That play over the middle really got them settled down. I still think Klubnik is still rushing. You know, his feet are still moving in the pocket. He's got to calm down a little bit, but as long as he can do it, 3 wide receivers to the left. Here he comes. He's looking to the right. Rolls to the right, and Klubnik's got room to run, and he runs, and he's out of bounds. About a 7-yard gain again. It's going to be 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3, but LSU has got to work. They got to contain here. They're closing in on the quarterback, leaving a lane to run, and that you can't rush that way. You can't rush that way with a guy like Klubnik. He can get outside of you. You've got to keep that edge, especially when there's nobody behind you. When there's nobody behind you, you've got to keep that edge. Hand off to the running back, and LSU stones him. And it's 3rd. It'll be 4th down at the 30-yard line. Now, 4th down at the 30-yard line, and it looks like Dabo's going to 4th and 2. Dabo's going to keep the offense on the field. This is the going trend in college football. The going trend is 4th and 2 inside the 30. We're going for it. Even though it's a tie game, even though a field goal gives you the lead, we're going to go for it. We got one running back in there, and Klubnik takes the shotgun snap. 4th down. He throws the short pass, and he's open. He's got room to run, and he cuts it back inside down to the 3-yard line. But there is a holding. There is a flag on the play. This could be trouble for Clemson. It's either a pick or a hold. This play's coming back. It's either a pick play or a hold. There's no reason why that guy should have been running that wide open. Let's see what we have. And they actually pick up the flag. That's the pick right there. That is an amazing call. That is a home call right there. That is a pick if I've ever seen one. That is a pick. There's no reason why that was pass interference hardcore. But Clemson gets the call. They're now first and goal inside the goal line, and here goes Clemson. Quick throw. LSU read it well, got the blitz. Cade Klubnik able to throw the ball, save the down, and he's down. He didn't throw the ball. He's down. Cade Klubnik, that's a sack. He's still got the ball in his hand. When he's down, they call the sack, so it's second and goal at the 14-yard line. Here's Klubnik back to pass, looks to the right, throws the fade route, and LSU is all over it. Third and goal from the 14-yard line for Clemson. LSU playing here. We're switching up camera angles. We're trying to make this as much as possible. As I said, if you're in the chat, get in the chat. We'll comment. We'll talk with you during the game. We always love having you during the game. Always love having people during the game. But hey, here we go. There it is. Back to pass. Throws over the middle. It's caught, and it's going to be fourth down at the 2-yard line. Fourth and goal at the 2-yard line. Decision time for Dabo Swinney. And for me, this is where it gets interesting, because we talked about it all day. Talked about it all the time. Texas went for it down by the goal line. Didn't get it. It cost them. This is a tie game. Here they go. I formation running back. And he's stoned and he gets in. Using those legs, gets into the end zone. Clemson with a touchdown on fourth down. Fourth and goal. And I'll explain this after the extra point. I'll explain what I was talking about prior to the play. But Dabo making the call, going with his senior quarterback. They line up in the I formation. They hand it to the running back. LSU stones him, but keeps his legs moving, pushes the pile, and Clemson takes the lead. Here comes the extra point. This is college. We're not counting the extra point yet. We've done it too many times. And he puts it through. It's 10-3 Clemson. Clemson takes a 10-3 lead on a fourth down. All right. Now, I want to get back to the play at hand. Because I was talking about Texas going for it on fourth down. Texas went for it on fourth down, but that wasn't the problem. That wasn't a problem I had. I didn't have a problem with them going for it fourth down. Fourth down and goal inside the 2-yard line. I have no problem with you going for the ball, going for it. But if you're not gonna give the ball to the running back, then I question why you're going for the ball. Going for it. Quarterback sneak, everybody's right over the center. There's no reason to do that. You give the ball to your running back because your running back, that's what he's there for. He's there to take a hit and keep going and hope that he can fall forward for a couple of yards. But the reason why you go for it inside the 2-yard line is because even if you don't get it, the offense for the next team, the offense is taking over you're never going to get them to take over inside the 2-yard line. So you're not losing much. Plus, we saw it in the Ohio State game where a holding penalty in the end zone is an automatic safety. You get points and get the ball back. So there's a lot of positives to going for it. If you miss, it doesn't destroy you. The problem is if you go for it, you got to have a play that you can go for it. If I'm going to run my quarterback, I'm going to either fake it and bootleg to give my quarterback a chance to throw the ball or run and sprint to the end zone. That's the only way I'm going to run my quarter. I'm not running my quarterback sneak up the middle. That's not a way. That's not a positive play on the goal line. So in this situation, yeah, you go for it. And Dabo did the right thing. He gave the ball to his running back and let his running back make a play for him. So that's the difference between Clemson going for it and Texas going for it. It's not, oh, you only like that play because Clemson made it. No, I like it because Clemson gave it to the running back. If the running back got stoned like he did and got stopped, I still would have said that's a good play because of where LSU's taking the ball over. But also, where he got stoned, you have a running back who is used to driving his legs, getting those yards after contact. Quarterbacks are not used to getting yards after contact. So, and if you go for it on the goal line, your quarterback is going to have to take a hit. So that's where we're at right now. We have Snowman in the chat. Thank Snowman, always here to pinch hit, always here out of the bullpen. I'm always warming up in the bullpen, ready to go any Saturday. Fit Down Sports is watching college football on Saturday. Like this is a ritual for me. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. We've been doing this for. As I said before, we've been doing this for 35 years. For 35 years, I've been watching college football on Saturdays is college football. Like, even my friends know, hey, it's Saturday. They don't even ask me to do things on Saturday because they know I'm going to be watching the game. I'm going to be going out watching the game. I'm going to be sitting at home watching the game. I'm going to be sitting here drinking a beer watching the game. That's what I'm doing. And if you want to be a part of that, but come over and join. But we're watching college football. That's what we're doing. All right. Nussmeier and LSU take over following the kick in the end zone. Here we go. Shotgun, running back, lined up to the right. And Nussmeier takes the snap. He rolls back. He's rushed. He throws it, and it's low to the running back. It'll be an incomplete pass. LSU now behind by 7. Let's see how they respond. This has been the trouble with LSU going forward here. LSU in the recent history, LSU has had trouble. They fall behind and they lose who they are. Let's see if they can continue. Let's see if they can. They've been playing pretty well on offense. Let's see if they can continue it when the pressure's on here as they hand off to the running back. No, Nussmeier keeps it on his own read, and Nussmeier has about 12 yards and an LSU first down, and that can get them going. Now they can get into some tempo. Here we go. Here we go with some tempo. Let's go. I mean, 29, you got to make a better block than that. Like, yeah, come on, man. But Nussmeier with the run, and we have an offensive tackle for LSU coming off the field injured. That's never a good thing when the tent is going up. So we'll see what happens there. But LSU subs out, and of course that eliminates the momentum that they had. They can't go fast. They had to sub out. Subbing out, Chester third is in on the left tackle spot. Backup left tackle is in. It's not even the backup left tackle, apparently. So here we go. LSU in motion, 1st and 10. Move to the wing, and they hand off, and they run right. I mean, what are you doing? What is this play? You just had you got a guy coming in off the bench hot, and you're going to run right behind the left tackle that you just brought in? What are we doing? If you're going to do anything, run it to the other side. Run it to the other side, and don't put the pressure on that guy. Of course, LSU runs right into the defense, and it's a stonewall on first down. We have 2nd and 10. Nussmeier in the shotgun, running back to the right. Durham lined up to the right. Here he comes. And Nussmeier back to pass, throws to the long side of the field, and it's incomplete. And that's not a good look right there. Not a good look. Not only for Nussmeier, but that's one that you definitely want to have back. And whether that was a one-on-one read or whatever it was, if you watch where that ball's thrown, wide side of the field, ball was thrown to the inside. That's an easy pick six for a good defender. Luckily, that ball falls incomplete. Now it's 3rd down. 3rd and 10. And Nussmeier rolls out, throws over the middle, and he's got a block and a first down. LSU on the move to the 49-yard line. 49-yard line. Here we go. LSU putting a drive together. Good job by Nussmeier. Rolls the pocket. Rolls the eyes of the defense. Is able to let his guy find a nice spot in the defense. Settles down. Gets the ball. And an over pursuit by the linebacker allows him to pick up the first down. And here we go. LSU. Now they motion out. They've got split wide receivers, 4 wide receiver set. Here they go. Nussmeier back in the shotgun. He steps up in the pocket. He dumps to the running back, Durham. Durham has it, and he has a first down. Another LSU first down. No, LSU making these moves, making moves up the field. Little dump here, little dump there. This is what they need to do. This is how you need to do it. And all right, so the guy they put in, Tyler Adams, the offensive lineman who got hurt, he's back in the game, back at left tackle. Let's see if Clemson notices that the guy just came back out of the injury tent. Let's see if they put some pressure on that side of the field as we go to the 2-minute warning here in the first half. First half, Clemson 10, LSU 3, LSU driving. We'll be back with the game. So, you know, this is a good drive here by LSU. But LSU still got some work to do. They've got to get some plays here. They've got to get the ball rolling here. As we go, you know, I'm really wondering how this is going. You know, we don't have anybody here. We had Snowman in before. He said Snowman is prepping for Hawaii, Arizona later on tonight. And we talked about it on Snowman in the morning when we did our picks. Arizona is a very high favorite at home. I expect Arizona to win, but I expect Hawaii to keep it close, which was my pick earlier on, which was my pick for that game. I don't have the scores in front of me. I don't have scores lined up in front of me, so I can't really talk about what else is going on in college football right now, except for what's been done. As far as I watched the Texas-Ohio State game, I watched Alabama play. I watched Alabama-Florida State, and I'll have a lot to talk about that during the week with Snowman. Whenever he'll have me on, I'll talk to him as we go here. But you know, I'm putting things together, putting it together. If you're watching this, if you happen to watch this, if you happen to watch the replay or whatever, before we get to a Totally Deets Thursday, of course, Totally Deets Thursday, we'll have best and worst of the week. So if you have a candidate, by all means, let us know. Who if you saw something that was great, something that was the best thing you've seen, let us know about it. We'll put it in. We'll make sure that we talk about it. And now I've got some ideas. For best and worst of the weekend, but we'll definitely hit on that as we always do, best and worst of the weekend. Then we'll preview the upcoming week as we go here. But hey, here we go. Tigers, Battle of Death Valleys. I've been saying it all week. This was the way to go, man. The Battle of Death Valley. This is the game. This is the game everybody should be watching. This is the game all eyes should be on. You know. And here we go. LSU 1st and 10, and he throws, nearly intercepted, but it's tipped, and the wide receiver is able to catch it. And the big question is, did he step out of bounds? And it looks like he did. Not going to be given the yards after the catch. And we have a Clemson player down, and it was the guy who almost intercepted. This was almost a disaster, but he didn't make the play, and it looks like a non-contact injury. So could be something bad, but the ball pops up, and number 10 is able to catch it. Stepped out of bounds. Should be given a couple of yards after the catch, but did have it. So it'll be 2nd and 5, but as they tend to the injured player, so we have another break. So we'll have another commercial break here. So take some time. We'll take some time. We'll hang out here. We'll hang out here with you as we're going to talking about college football, talking about football in general. It's just great to have football back, isn't it? Isn't it great to have football back? This is what it's all about. You know, this is what football's all about. It's about watching a game. It's about talking about the game, talking about what's happening on the field. None of this stuff outside. All we're worried about is what's happening between the white lines, what decisions are being made, and not everybody's going to make the right decision. And that's what makes football interesting. Is there are so many things that you're thinking about, especially when you're calling a play, especially when you're trying to dial things up. And right now, LSU on the move. Right now, I think they're doing the right thing. Take what the defense gives you. They give you that short play, take it. Take that short play, be able to make a move, and we've got something wrong with the thing. So let's go to a new stream. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got this. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Coming back. We'll have the game back. It is during a break right now. We'll skip it, and hopefully they're back by the time we get back. All right. That's not what we want. There we go. We'll find it. We'll find another one. Don't worry about it. Here they are, Clemson. We're back. We're back. Don't worry about it. If we lose something, we'll come right back. Don't worry about it. And it's a wide receiver pass, and LSU has the ball. Coming out of the timeout, LSU with a reverse wide receiver pass down the sidelines, a big gainer as they hand the ball to the running back. He pitches to the wide receiver. Wide receiver throws it to the other wide receiver on the other side of the field. And now LSU is inside the 20-yard line. And this is what I was talking about before with the Brian Kelly likes to do this. So here we go. We have Nussmeier in the shotgun, hands off to Durham as the running back, and he gets stuffed at the 19-yard line, a gain of 1 on the play. Again, trying to run that ball. All of LSU's big plays have come outside the tackle box. Inside the tackle box is not working for LSU right now. This is not where you want to be. This is not where LSU wants to be running the football. Between the tackles, it's just not working. And it's the strength of the defense. And look at what they do here. They motion the running back out to the outside. The running back goes out. They run a wide receiver screen right behind it. And the wide receiver is able to pick up 9 yards. Now it's a doable third down. I'm looking at it. It's about 3rd and 2. And Nussmeier in the shotgun takes a snap. He throws into double coverage, and that was nearly a disaster for Nussmeier. And now it's Brian Kelly with a decision. 4th and 2. Right here is the situation. This is a different situation than the Clemson situation. We just talked about going for it on 4th down. Right now, you just ran a play. Your guy was over the middle. Right now, 4th and 2. If I'm Brian Kelly, I'm taking the points. Why am I taking the points? Because even if I get the first down, on this play, there's 15 seconds left in the quarter. Even if I get the first down, if you get a first down without scoring a touchdown, you have to kick a field goal anyway. So there's no reason to go for it. There's no reason to go for it right here unless you get a touchdown. Like, the only thing I would be trying to do here is maybe, and I think that's what they're doing, I think they're going to try to draw him off sides. No, they actually do go for it. And he didn't get it. What a mistake by Brian Kelly right there. That is a big mistake. And I said it before the play. Mind you. Before the play, had they gotten that first down, they don't have a timeout. Had they gotten that first down, you still don't get a touchdown. There's no reason to take the points here, make it 10-6, pay off this drive that you had. You get the ball back to start the second half. This is a big mistake from Brian Kelly, and this is a mistake that has happened in college football. It has been happening over and over in college football with going for it on 4th down in situations where you should not be going for it. There was no reason to go for it in that situation unless you're going to the end zone. Unless you were going to the end zone, there is no reason for that play to happen. That was a mistake from Brian Kelly. That is a coach's mistake. 4th and 2 at the 12-yard line with 15 seconds left. There's no reason to go for that. Kick the field goal, take the points. It's 10-6. You score a touchdown coming out of the half, you take the lead. Now you have to score just to tie the game. Big mistake by Brian Kelly. And he called a timeout to do it. I want to hear this.
What will you say to your team in the locker room at the half?
Yeah, just secure the football. These guys are trying to make plays. I mean, he's got to get a couple of yards and the ball comes out. That's just football. We got to clean it up. We give them the.
You know what? That is terrible. That is a terrible job. He says, "Oh, we have to take care of the football." Yeah, you turned it over with the fumble that turned into a field goal. But talking about that play right there, the guy's trying to make a play because you set him up for that, Brian Kelly. You put him in that position where he's short of the first down. He's got to try to make a play. There is no reason to be going for that on fourth down. In that fourth down play right there, there is no reason to do that. Kick the field goal, take the points. It's 10-6. You're still in this game at 10-6. 10-6. You are in control of this game right now. 10-6. You're feeling good about it because you're getting the ball to start the second half. You have a chance to take the lead. Maybe, even if you go down and just get a field goal, you're only down 1. That was a huge, huge mistake. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it comes back to bite them. But I do not like that. And I said it before the play. I said they should kick the field goal. And I would have kicked the field goal there. Just on the fact that if we get a first down, we don't have a timeout. We don't have a timeout. It's 15 seconds. We have to rush our kicker onto the field. So, wow, 10-3 at halftime. Guys, I'm going to take a break for a little bit just to, stretch myself out here and do some stuff. So we will be back. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what this is. Let's see if we have anything. See if we have anything to play. Yeah, we're not going to do that because I don't know. That's probably not a good idea. Oh, it won't let me scroll anymore. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's go back to losing. Parking was easier. All right. I don't have anything to play right now. So what I'm going to do is, hey, so everybody tuning in, it's halftime. We're getting going here. College football week 1. Ohio State, Texas was a pretty good game, but was a good defense. It was a defensive game. I said it would be a defensive game. People didn't listen to me. They wanted to say, "Oh, it's going to be a shootout because of these." They didn't know what was going on, so that's not how it works. So, I knew it would be a defensive game. I said it would be a defensive game. People didn't want to believe me. It is what it is, So we're doing that. We're at the halftime report. That's just deflating. You had the momentum. LSU had a chance to seize the momentum of this game, and they just gave it back to Clemson. They just gave it to Clemson. Take the points. It's the second quarter. Take the points, play through it, and you'll be able to make those kinds of plays. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Anybody? I see people. I see people in the chat. Tell me what you guys think. Do you guys think that? I know because it didn't work. We're all going to say, "Oh, well," but do you think that was a good gamble? I think that was a terrible gamble. I think that's a terrible coaching decision. I think that is a decision. And again, I don't mind the play call. I don't mind the play call on 4th and 2. What I mind is 4th and 2 with 15 seconds left in the half and no timeouts. If you have more time, yeah, that's fine. You can get the first down. Clock stops. You can come up, spike it, and then you can run a couple more. Then you might be able to run another play to the end zone. Then then see what happens. 15 seconds, you run a play like that, guy gets tackled. There's probably 8, maybe at most 9 seconds left by the time the ball is spotted. Now you got to spike it. You got to run another play. That's asking a lot out of your team. Why do that when you can just kick the field goal there, take the points, go to the half, down by 4, you get the ball back, you have a chance to take the lead, you have momentum on your side. You just had a very decent drive where you put together some things. So I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know what Brian Kelly was thinking. So that's what we had there. But whatever, man. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, for LSU, it could be worse. You could be Alabama right now and just lost to Florida State and got throttled. So it could be worse. Could be worse. But that being said, all right, guys, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break for a minute. When the game comes back on, I'll be back on. So we'll get it back. We'll get it back on. 10-3 Clemson at the half. We'll be back for the second half. What is this? Get out of here. All right, guys, welcome back. So during the halftime break here, a lot of the game streams have been shut down. So what we're doing is what we're going to do. A lot of the game streams have been shut down because it's halftime. So what we're going to do is find another one, but I'm just waiting for the game to start back up. So and no, it's and here we go. And all right, and we're back. And we are back. All right, so we missed the opening kickoff. What the fuck is this idiot doing? So the idiot running the stream is doing something stupid. And here we go. Yay. All right. So we're back. We're back. We're back. It's the second half. And in case you missed what happened, well, you didn't miss anything as far as anything going on with the game. Clemson has the ball and they're driving. But LSU, before the half, LSU, with 15 seconds left, decided to go for a 4th and 2 and didn't get it. And that's why we sit at a 10-3 ball game. And Clemson has the ball and they are driving. Apparently, I was mistaken. Clemson didn't, it doesn't change my thinking. I think it would have been an obvious decision if LSU were getting the ball back. I think they probably would have kicked the field. But I don't think it should have changed what LSU did. I still think they should have gone for the foot. I still think they should have gone for the I still think they should have taken the field goal, taken the points, and again, ended the half on a high note rather than end it where they were. And now they're down 7. Even if you have to kick the ball off, you have to kick the ball off. Clemson has a chance to take a 2-score lead now. If you had kicked the field goal, you have a chance to hold Clemson. And if you hold them to a field goal, it's still a 1-possession game. So that's the theory. That's the theory I was going with. So give me 1 second here. I gotta turn this away. All right. So the ruling on the field of an incomplete pass, and it was an incomplete pass, and it totally was. But now we're watching the game. All right. So we got the game going. We're good. We're good. We're in good position. I don't think he ever had possession of the football. I don't think that was a catch. So I think the refs got that one right. But Clemson has the ball at the 32-yard line. 1st and 10, and wait. How's it 1st and 10 if it was an incomplete pass? None of this makes sense right now, but whatever. Let's just go with it. Let's just go with it as number 40 makes a play, and Klubnik's able to get 2 yards out of a play that should have got him nothing. So 2nd and 9. 2nd and 9 from the 29-yard line. No, from the 31. From the 31-yard line. Here he goes. Klubnik drops back to pass. Throws on the run, and that's good coverage. Good coverage downfield. but the ball's overthrown and it falls incomplete. And Clemson is now taking control. So, all right, here we go. We are third. It should be 3rd and 9. It's 3rd and 9 now. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9 at the LSU 31-yard line. And right now we are looking at Clemson 3rd and 9, 10-3. Clemson Klubnik takes the snap, but there is a whistle before the play and no flag. So I think Clemson called a timeout. Yes, Clemson using a timeout on 3rd and 9. Dabo wanting to make sure he gets this 3rd and 9 play, gets the right call in, gets the right job going. So that's what's going on there. As we get going here. As we get going here on the second half, and again, Clemson driving the football, but the big talk is gonna be that decision by Brian Kelly to go for it on 4th and 2 with 15 seconds left. Because right now, if you stop Clemson here and they kick a field goal, it's a 2-score lead. 2-score lead changes the way you call the game going forward. If they had kicked a field goal, it's still a 1-score game. You're still in the ball game. So it was definitely something that we're gonna talk about. We're gonna look at. And we're gonna definitely. It'll definitely be addressed on Snowman in the Morning. It'll be addressed Thursday. Well, I'll say it'll definitely be addressed on Thursday, if not before then, depending on when Snowman wants to have me on. But in the Totally Deep segment, we will definitely address this 4th down situation. This 4th down situation is getting out of control, and it's only week 1. It's only week 1, and it's already out of control. 4th downs, coaches are abusing this 4th downs situation, and it has backfired. Absolutely, it has backfired hardcore. So, things are going, and so the league, this is something I watch football for. These kinds of decisions are what I watch football for, and these are the kinds of things that I talk about when I'm watching football. If I'm watching football, whoever I'm watching football with, I'm usually talking to them about, should we have gone for it? Oh, and there's Victor in the chat. What up, Vic? We are enjoying the game here. It is 10-3 Clemson. Clemson is 3rd and 9 on the 31-yard line as Klubnik takes the snap. He drops back. He surveys the field. He's feeling the rush, throws on the run, and it's incomplete. And a wide receiver falls down, but that is a non-call. That is a good call. Good non-call right there. Glad to see you here, Vic. Glad to see you supporting, helping us out. We are we're watching the game. We're keeping an eye on this. And so let's see what Clemson does here. I would think Clemson would bring out the field goal kicker. Last time they brought him out on the field, they faked the kick and he pooch punted it. So let's see what they do here. This is only a 45-yard field goal, which is well within this guy's range. We know that. And it's up, and it is no good. No good. It is wide right as a missed field goal by Clemson leads to this leaves and now it makes that decision even worse because now if you score and you're LSU, you take the lead. If you had just kicked the field goal before the half, nothing would have changed. Nothing would have changed other than you have a chance to take the lead. Now you have to go down and score a touchdown to tie the game. So, again, everything is going to come back to that call before the game unless LSU can get the game tied. And unless LSU can pull out into a lead. But there we go. And on the first play, they run the ball to the right side, outside the tackle. But we have a holding call on LSU. So it'll be going back. It'll go back 10 yards, and it'll be 1st and 20. So I mean, that is a big, no one can fault the decision right there for as far as Clemson goes. It was just a missed field. It was just a missed field goal, and then it was just a missed field goal. But here we go, a screen underneath, a wide receiver screen, and he breaks a tackle. And he goes down over the 50-yard line, and he's tackled inside LSU territory. Great call by Brian Kelly right there. Wide receiver screen over the middle. Great job. This is a great play. You get you see the motion, you see everybody flowing out. You bring the slot underneath, and there is nobody there. That is a great play call. Great design by Brian Kelly and a great catch. Number one, having himself a day, having himself a drive here he's the one that just caught the screen pass, and now he makes a shoestring catch. Great catch. First down, LSU is in business at the 26-yard line. Let's see what Garrett Nussmeier back in the shotgun. He drops back. He throws deep down the left side, jumping, and it is caught but pushed out of bounds. Caught but out of bounds on the fade route. Nice catch by number 10, but he was in the air and got pushed out of bounds. Great play by the defender. That is how you play it if you're a defender. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Let's see if he got a foot down. He might get a toe down. Does he have control of the ball? And they're not going to replay on it. They're not going to replay it. So they're going to go with the incomplete pass. But they showed the replay. There's a handoff to the running back. He cuts back, runs up the field, and he's got about 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6, and never a good time to hold, but not exactly true. It's not a good time to get caught. There's never a good time to get caught holding, but Vic, if your guy is gonna be running free on the quarterback and you tackle him, there's okay times to hold, but never a good time to get caught. And now here we go. Nussmeier rolling right, throws over the middle, and he's wide open at the 5-yard line. LSU is in business, 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. Great job by the LSU. The LSU line gets out, lets the guy go by him. Nussmeier's able to read the rusher and get outside of it, and that allows his guy to find the open spot in the defense. We talked about this before. If guys are blitzing, you have to find the spots that are open on the field. And that's what LSU has done on this drive here. They have exploited the Clemson blitz. This looks like it was a point of emphasis from Brian Kelly with his coaching staff and with his players of, hey, they're gonna blitz. Let's find the blitz and let's exploit it, because that's what they've been doing. They've been running these plays over the middle of the field. We saw the wide receiver screen over the middle. There was nobody there. This play, there was nobody there. The last play, they threw the ball down the sideline. It was there. So whatever's happening right now, that's what LSU is doing. LSU is exploiting the blitz, which is what we said they had to do. Now it's 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. Let's see what LSU is going to do. They're in the shotgun a lot. I'm not a fan of the shotgun inside the 5-yard line. Let's see if Nussmeier gets under center. It looks like he is. He is under center with a single back. Trips to the left. They bring a receiver in motion. Here he comes, and they run pretty much what I call that an off tray. And an off tray means that the wing back is going to swing all the way through, and he swings through, blocks the end, but they didn't get blocking up the middle. And that's where that play call comes in. We always called it a tray because the wing is coming all the way across. He's got the end to clear out. Now we got Nussmeier in the shotgun. Trips to the left. He steps back, throws fade to the right, and it's incomplete. But we have pass interference in the end zone. This will put the ball at the 2-yard line. It'll be defensive pass interference in the end zone. Dabo is not happy about it. I could see the frustration in Dabo right there, because they have been playing. They've been letting him play all game. So for that, there's a grab there. You can make you can argue there's a pull. Yeah. The play is the pull. The penalty is when he pulled the jersey. If he just has his hands on him, it's fine. But the pull of the jersey is what gives it. We have 1st and goal at the 2-yard line. Nussmeier fakes it, throws to the flat, and it's caught, but not in the end zone. He's at about the half-yard line. At about the half-yard line in the flat. Great tackle by the safety there. The safety reading the play on the tight end and able to break on it early. Oh, it's actually incomplete. So a great job to break up the pass. So even better than I thought it was. He wouldn't have scored a touchdown anyway, but it's still 2nd and goal from the 2-yard line. And right now you've got double tight end situation. You got tight end in motion, and it's another tray situation, and the ball came out, but he scored a touchdown. The ball came out, but he scored a touchdown anyway. So LSU, Durham runs it in for a touchdown. Again, let's go back. Let's go back to the play before the half. If you kick the field goal with 15 seconds left, LSU would now be up 3 right now, instead of kicking an extra point to tie the game. They would be up by 3. This is why that was such a monumental play, is that we're going to keep coming back to it. But now that it's a tie, it's a brand new ball game. We can reset. We can reset the ball game, and they're replaying. He's definitely in the end zone. He definitely fumbled it in the end zone. There's no question about that. So they shouldn't be stopping the game to look at this. He has the ball until he lands in the end zone. He's definitely not down. The ball is way over the end zone line. This is if they're reviewing this is ridiculous. Then they're not reviewing it. They're just waiting for the extra point. But they keep showing the replay. It was an absolute touchdown. And there's the kick. It's up and it's good. And we have a tie ball game. Brand new game here in Death Valley. The Battle of Death Valley is a tie game at 7. It is a tie game at 7 as we go here. But again, going back to that call, and everyone's going to hate it. I know. Everyone's going to hate that I keep going back to it, but I'm going to keep going back to the fact that LSU should be up by 3 right now. That's where we stand. We're at a point where LSU should be winning the game right now. If they stay tied or do not take the lead here, or do not take the lead by a touchdown or more, we're going to be coming back to that call all night long till we get it. All right. I have to stop here because Back to the Future is on the TV for some reason. All right, Back to the Future with Goodyear tires, apparently. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, anytime Back to the Future is on, even if it's in a commercial, I'm going to stop because Back to the Future is the greatest movie of all time. So I'm just going to keep going with that. So we're in a break. We're in a break right now. LSU just scored to tie the game at 10. We are tied in the third quarter. I believe there's 8 minutes left. I'm not positive on the time. I'll get you that when we get back to the game. But right now we are sitting here doing our, we're calling the game. We're playing the game. If you're here, if you're watching the game, if you're watching with us, if you're in the chat, get with it. Do you think that was a call? I mean, do you agree with Brian Kelly going for it on 4th down with 15 seconds left in the second quarter? If you agree with it, let me know. I told you before the play, I did not agree. They should have kicked it. I've been telling you about it ever since. They should have kicked it. They should have taken the points. So that's a situation that is a situation that we are working on right now that needs to happen. So so we're working on it. We got some people in the chat. So let us know. Let us know if you guys think that was an okay call. I'll stop harping on it. But I'm of the effect of that was not a good decision. That was a wrong decision. It was shown by the fact they didn't get it. It was shown by the fact they did not get points out of it. And it's shown by the fact that it's a tie game now instead of LSU being up by 3. But they kick the ball off. It's into the end zone, and Clemson will take over at the 25-yard line, 10-10 with 8:59 to go. So I was right about the 8 part, but there's 9 minutes to go. Nine minutes to go, and Cade Klubnik taking the field. Here comes Clemson from the 25-yard line. Klubnik in the shotgun. He sends the back in motion. He sends him out and a nice curl route. And we have a 10-yard, looks like 11. Let's see where they spot him out of bounds. Looks like an 11 to 12-yard gain. It'll be a first down either way. And Clemson is off to a first down start. Oh, my goodness. So here we go with Clemson in the shotgun here. 10-10. It's first down at the 35-yard line. Here we go. And Klubnik back in the shotgun, takes a snap. Takes it, he fires it, it's intercepted. Overshot the receiver down the seam. There was a rush in his face, and it went right into the hands of a waiting corner. That's the problem. If you miss that seam route, which the seam route is right there, it's a right read. He just missed the ball. He misfires. If he throws that inside the hash, it's a big play because he's able to catch it and see what happens with the safety. But he overshot him, and number 4 is right there. That ball went right into it. His name is Delane. So Delane with the interception, and LSU is set up. Now they're set up at midfield with the ball. Ball at the 46-yard line, 1st and 10. And Nussmeier in the shotgun. He's got Durham to his right. Sends him in motion to the left. And he hands it off, and they run a counter tray. And Durham, there's nobody there. He is off to the races for a 16-yard gain and a first down. LSU is on the move. It is a great job. Their line does a great job blocking down. They bring the tray block over. There's nobody there. He just has to chip the linebacker, and there is nobody there on the counter. Great play call by Brian Kelly right there. Now you got motion coming. You got trips to the right. Here he comes. Shotgun. Nussmeier back to pass. He's rolling to his right. He throws to his tight end. Nice check down to the tight end. And they gained about 3 to 4 yards on the play. And we have to wait till they get back to the game. Here we go. And the game is back. Game is back on. It's back on. And we're back. LSU, 2nd and 7 from the 37-yard line. Nussmeier in the shotgun. He fakes the handoff, and he throws over the middle, and they are exploiting this Clemson blitz right now. They are exploiting it with this middle passing game. And again, I said it after the first drive. And I said it after the first drive. This middle blitzing game, they're gonna have to pick their spots. They're making the plays now. This is what they're doing. All right. I understand you're excited about your tips, but this guy needs to stop. Like, wait until there's not a play, and then you can do it. But Nussmeier gets under center, and he does a little bit of a tush push kind of thing. And he runs it for the first down, and he runs it right up the middle. LSU on a first down. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 26-yard line, somewhere around there. 26-yard line. Where are they? They're at about the 28-yard line. 28-yard line. They bring a guy in motion. Here it comes. Handoff to the running back. It's not Durham this time. They're giving Durham a spell, and they run into a wall of Clemson defenders, and it'll be 2nd and 10. Second down and 10. Guys, let us know if you like the presentation right now. I mean, there's not much I can do as far as presentation goes because I have to watch the game on my TV. Like, that's the only thing I can do. I can't do it from the office, but here we go. No, oh my goodness. And Nussmeier in the shotgun throws to the right, and it's a one-handed grab by the wide receiver on a fade route, and he is out at. They're marking him at the 1 yard. If he caught that, how is that not a touchdown? I think they're going to check this to see if that's a touchdown. If he caught it, it's a touchdown. If he caught this ball, that's a touchdown. And he makes the catch. One hand brings it in, and he is definitely in it's definitely a touchdown if that's a catch. If they say he's got control of it, I mean he stepped out of bounds. So to explain this play to people who are not watching the game, he caught the ball and his right foot was inbounds when it hit him in the hands. As he corrals it, his left foot steps over the end zone line and so if that's a catch, it's a touchdown. And as I just said, if it's a catch, it's a touchdown. And what do? They waved the entire play off. Incomplete pass. They said he did not have possession of the football. And you saw the right foot step out of bounds. The left foot stepped out of bounds. You knew that. It was whether or not they counted that right foot, and they didn't count it. It goes as an incompletion. It is 3rd and 11 from the 29-yard line. Clemson saved by the replay. And Nussmeier throws into double coverage for absolutely no reason. There was nowhere to put that football. And Brian Kelly is not happy with his quarterback because that was not a good decision. that was as risky of a decision as you could get. I'm sure Brian Kelly wanted him to get like maybe a couple of yards off of it. I don't know, dude. I don't know. They keep showing this play. I don't know. I could see where he didn't have possession of it and he stepped out of bounds. I also could see them call it. I'm surprised they overturned that. Here's the field goal, and the field goal is just a bit outside. Just kidding. It was way outside. Not even close. And it looks like, oh no, LSU is in trouble. Looks like their kicker got hit on it. Looks like their kicker got hit on the play. Let's see what happened here. All right. He just shanked it. The kicker just shanked it. I don't know what kind of injury he got, whether he pulled something or he's just, mad that he shanked it. Could be mad that he shanked it, and it's not really an injury, but in a tight game like this, if your kicker is hurt, that is a big issue. Big issue. As LSU misses the field goal, and now Clemson will get the ball back. It's 10-10. 10-10. As they will get the ball back as we watch Tron Ares. Yay, another Tron movie. Another Tron movie. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Let's go. All right. So we're still at the position of whether or not they hit that field goal. Even if they had hit that field goal, I still would be harping on the fact that they didn't even try the field goal on 4th and 2 before the half. And And don't get me wrong, and I know I've said this a bunch of times, but I want people to understand this. It's not the fact that they went for it on, it's not even the fact they went for it on fourth down. It's the fact that it was 4th and 2 from the 12-yard line, and they ran a play that wouldn't have gotten them a touchdown. So it wasn't like they ran a play that was like, all right, we're going to score here. We're going to score and tie the game up. That wasn't what the play was. Their play was to go get the first down. But if that guy gets tackled like he did, if he just barely gets the first down, you're kicking the field goal anyway. So it made no sense to go for it and run the play that they did. Had they run a play to the end zone and missed it, I might be a little bit more of, all right, they tried to score the touchdown. You know, they were down that far. Maybe they just didn't want to kick it. But I don't understand. I don't understand the play call that they had. I don't understand the play call, and I don't understand the going for it. The going for it is what really gets me. So right now, 10-10 as we sit here in the third quarter. I know Snowman is waiting on the Hawaii-Arizona game. I'm sure everybody will be tuning in for that one. As here we go, Clemson on a reverse coming out of the break. They run a reverse and they get about 6 yards. The call of the non-touchdown catch. I mean, let me go back to this. We'll wait. We'll talk about that play in a little bit. But here's Klubnik on a designed quarterback draw, and LSU had that play snuffed out, and they stretch Klubnik out to the side. He doesn't get the whole thing. He gets maybe a yard on the play, and it's third down for Clemson. But during the next break, I'll tell you why that play upsets me. Not the fact that they overturned it. I'll tell you why that play upsets me. Here we go. Klubnik back to pass. Throws over the middle. Incomplete. Broken up over the middle. Great play by the LSU defender. And it is 4th and 5. And Clemson's going to have to punt. Clemson's going to bring on the punter. And I'll tell you why that play upsets me. Once we'll watch the punt. We'll see where it goes. See what the return is. And they'll probably go to break. Once they go to break, on the next break, I'll explain why that call upsets me. And it's not that it should have been a catch. It could have gone either way. I don't care about that. That's not the problem. I'll tell you the problem in a minute. And it's fair catch. And LSU fair catch. They'll start at the 27-yard line when we come back to play. 10-10. The Battle of Death Valley is a tie. All right. So now that we're on a break, let me explain what I don't like about that play. And you'll see it. You'll see the replays. You'll see what I'm talking about in this one. So the guy catches the ball, and the ref decides to spot it at the 1-yard line. Even if he had caught it, it would have been a touchdown no matter what. So spotting it at the 1 made no sense. That's what upsets me. But here we go. LSU up to the line quickly. They hand the ball off, and they run it to the right. Again, running wide. This has been the wide run has been there for LSU all day long. This is and Cade Durham has been able to take care of that outside rush. If they can get outside of those Clemson defensive line, that's where they seem to have success. And they come motion inside, 2nd and 2, and they hand it off at another counter tray situation, and they pull that lineman across, get that tray block, and Durham's able to run it right up and right in between, get the first down. And LSU's in business now. First down. 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 38-yard. 1st and 10 at the 38-yard line. Nussmeier in the shotgun. Got the running back to his right. There's motion in the backfield. Now there's 2 backs. Running back runs right behind him, and he hands off to the motion guy. And Clemson was not fooled by any of it. Not having any of it. As they stuff him in the backfield, and that's a big loss on first down. Big behind the chains now. He lost about 2 or 3. He probably lost about 2 yards. Probably about 2nd and 12. Second down. They say 2nd and 11. It's 2nd and a long 11, we'll say. Nussmeier standing back in the shotgun, no back. He throws short, and it's dropped, incomplete. Would have gotten him about 4 or 5 yards. Would have made it a little bit more manageable of a third down, but as far as the drop. But again, they are exploiting these holes. There are huge holes in this Clemson zone, and LSU has been able to they were able to capitalize it on their touchdown drive. They've been able to capitalize it when they move the ball. Let's see what they can do here. 3rd and 11. Nussmeier drops back, throws from the pocket, and it's incomplete, but a flag. A flag on the play. We have a flag on the play. It's going to be a pass interference, automatic first down. That is an automatic first down for Clemson. Dabo is not happy with whatever that call is. And let's see it. Yep. You've got to pull at the jersey. Again, if your hands on him, it's fine, but you're pulling the jersey. When you pull the jersey, it's going to get called every single time. Pulling the jersey, and Dabo can be mad about it all he wants, but you can't pull the jersey. And fans can be, oh no, we have fans, and I think there's some fan frustration here. Look, it wouldn't be me calling a game if there weren't fans throwing shit on the field. Okay, this just wouldn't happen. So we've got that going on. All right, good. Here comes LSU. Nussmeier out of the shotgun. Another. Oh my goodness. Oh, and a false start brings it back. A false start brings back. They ran that same wide receiver screen that they ran before, and this time it would have gone. There was nobody within 30 yards of this dude. He would have been gone. That was a beautiful setup, a beautiful play call by Brian Kelly. Unfortunately, we have a procedure penalty, and LSU would have had that gone. All right, trips to the left. They motion the running back out. He throws, and it's that little. We've seen this play before too, where they motion the back out and they throw it, and they throw the bubble screen. So a little bubble screen, getting them the penalty yards back. But we're watching what LSU is doing. LSU is changing their look up. Now they've got trips to the right. They bring motion, and they bring a wing motion back. Now still trips to the right. Nussmeier drops back to pass. He throws over the middle, and it's caught. And it's a first down. This number one is having himself a day. Number one is their big guy right now. And, oh, no. Oh, but the flag goes against Clemson. It looks like it's a personal foul, low hit on the quarterback. But let's take a look and see who number one is. Yes, Aaron Anderson. Aaron Anderson is having himself a day right now for LSU as a low hit on the quarterback. It is called. It's going to be 15 yards. And if you're LSU, take this into the half. Let Nussmeier walk that one off because he's limping right now. Nussmeier limping to the sidelines as the fourth quarter of a 10-10 game. What more do you want? What more do you want from a totally deets game? 10-10 into the fourth quarter. 10-10 in the fourth quarter. We got a lot to talk about in the game. I don't think they didn't give me enough time, so I'll do it right now because we're on break. To just say before that the play that got overturned, the catch that got overturned, the ref spotted it at the 1 yard line. I don't understand how he spotted it at the 1 yard line. Like I said when the guy caught it, if he caught it, it's a touchdown. He didn't step out until he was halfway in the end zone. So if he caught the ball, it was a clear touchdown. It should have been called a touchdown. It should have been called a touchdown if the official thought it was a catch. It was a touchdown from the rip. Now, if they go back and review it and it's not a touchdown, that's fine. To go back and review it to see whether it was a catch or not, that's fine. But the fact that it was spotted at the 1 yard line made absolutely no sense. That's what got me. That's what got me from looking at when I watched it live. I thought he scored. Then I see the guy marking the ball at the 1 yard line, and I'm thinking, how is he at the 1 yard line? He either caught it for a touchdown or he didn't catch it. Those are your two options. Your option was touchdown or incomplete, not ball at the 1 yard line. So it made no sense. And that's all I ask. That's all I ask out of officials is make it make sense. You can't just do stuff and go like, maybe he caught it. Like, why not? Let's go with it. Like, he either caught it for a touchdown or he didn't. Those are the two options. Ball at the 1 yard line is not an option. So, I know Snowman. I just saw the clip. Snowman thinks he's going live. There's no way we're turning off this game at 10-10 in the fourth quarter. We'll hook up with Snowman in Hawaii and Arizona later. There is no way we are getting out of this game. 10-10 in the fourth quarter. What a way to kick off. What a way to kick off totally deets college football Saturday. You couldn't ask for a better game. 1st and 10, LSU at the 21 yard line. Nussmeier in the shotgun. He takes the snap. He throws. Oh, he's got him. Nice drag play and he's still going. Tight end. Nice drag by the tight end there. Great run after the catch. And you have a second down. It is, I mean, they have been doing this all game. This is a problem for Clemson. Clemson has had a problem defending the pass in the middle of the field. Now it's 2nd and 2. Nussmeier under center, hands off to Durham. Durham runs to the right, and he is stuffed. Got maybe a half yard. It'll be 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Third and 1. Brian Kelly is not happy about something about his offense. Probably about his offense not blocking, but they look for the play. They want to get the play in. LSU taking some time. 14 on the play clock. 10 down to 10. Nussmeier under center. He surveys the defense. And 5, and there he goes. And under center, and he pushes it, and he's got the first down. 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. 10-10. LSU driving at the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. LSU can erase all the criticism of not kicking the field goal. They can erase it all if they can punch this into the end zone here. And a handoff to Durham. Durham takes it, breaks a tackle in the backfield, and he gains about 3 yards. I like this Caden Durham. I like this Caden Durham. I like the way he runs the football. I like what LSU is doing with him. I like the way he's running. Brian Kelly knows how to get running backs. We saw it at Notre Dame. We saw it at Cincinnati. We've seen it every stop Brian Kelly's had. He's been able to get running backs that can run the ball like this. Here's Nussmeier. Nobody in the backfield. Empty backfield. 4 wide to the top. Throws the fade to the back. Shoulder fade. And it's caught for a touchdown. Touchdown LSU. Trey'Dez Green, the tight end, wide to the left. And Nussmeier through the back shoulder fade. And hey, NFL scouts, if you're looking, that is an NFL play right there. That is an NFL play where you got your guy lined up. You got 4 to the right, 1 to the left, and you throw to the left. And if he beats his guy, you throw it to the pylon. If they're neck and neck, you throw it short and you hope your guy can outbox them. And he did. Great job. LSU gets the touchdown, and it is 17-10. LSU with, I believe we just started the 4th quarter, so I want to say 12 minutes to go. So a long way to go here. Long way to go, but LSU in the lead. LSU up 17-10. 17-10 LSU. And they have done it. They have erased the mistake field goal. And I could bring up the fact that if they had kicked that field goal, they would be up 2 scores right now. But who knows? Who knows how the game would have played out? Less than that. So let's just play it the way it is right now. We reset the game. We reset the game, so we forget all of that, and we'll go with LSU up 7 now. Up 7, Clemson getting the ball back at home. This is the time. This is the time for Cade Klubnik to make his mark. Make his mark on this game right now. Let's go. So, you know what? I'm gonna say this, and I know there's some people in the chat. I know there's some people in the chat. I know there's some people going all out. I know there's some people here watching the game. You think Snowman's kicking himself for not doing this game? I mean, yeah, Ohio State and Texas, yeah, they had to come, yeah, Texas, and they played a quarter. This has been an entire game of great played football. It has been great play. There's been great plays. There have been decisions. There everything has happened in this game. The only thing I can imagine, the only better thing I can imagine is if this game ends up going to overtime, we get one of those LSU Mississippi State 8 overtime games. Why not? Why not? Why not? Let's do it week 1. Let's do it. The first ever Totally Deets college football game. The first ever Totally Deets college football game. Why not go to 8 overtimes? Let's do it. Let's just do it. Why not? I'm game. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. They're showing all the openers in Brian Kelly's history as the last 2 seasons at LSU. Of course, the first one, FSU blocks the extra point, and LSU loses. And then last year they lost to USC to open the season. Now it's a new season, and here comes Cade Klubnik. Fakes the handoff. He throws, and that's intentional grounding. Throw the flag. There's nobody in the area. There's nobody in the area. What? Why? Why show this instead of the replay? Show the play, because that's intentional grounding. There is nobody in that area, and the ball did not make it back to the line of scrimmage. That is intentional grounding. You cannot do that. Who's in the area? Wow. Clemson saved on that one. And now they throw over the middle, and they exploit the middle of the defense. They exploit the why Harold Perkins is in coverage. I have no idea. I mean, that's a mismatch. That's just a mismatch for LSU. LSU, they're going to be throwing the football. Get Harold Perkins up on the line of scrimmage. Let him rush the quarterback. Let him do what he does best. Let him make a play. Trips to the right. Klubnik back to pass. He steps up in the pocket. He's got nobody. He's running for his life. He gets it to the running back, and it's a first down. First down, LSU. First down, Clemson. Sorry, first down, Clemson, as they get out of a jam. I still have no idea how that was not intentional grounding when Cade Klubnik just threw the ball for no reason. Either way, you got to play. Either way, you got to play on. You got to play on. Oh, and number 4 for LSU, one of their better guys, one of their better coverage guys. He's down on the field. They're going to go to break, and we'll go to break for an injury. But what happened? What happened on the play I'm talking about? Klubnik went back. There were 3 LSU guys in his face, and he threw the ball, and there was nobody in the area, and it didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage. I mean, in order to throw the ball away, there has to be three things. You have to be out of the pocket, the ball has to go past the line of scrimmage, or there has to be a guy in the area. There was nobody anywhere near that ball. The ball didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage, and I didn't think he was out of the pocket. Now, he could have been. I have no idea. I don't think he was outside the pocket. It certainly looked. Like intentional grounding. Now, if it was, intentional grounding would have been sack, would have been at the spot of the throw, and loss of down. Because it was ruled incomplete, Clemson's able to come out, throw the ball underneath the running back. He's able to get a couple yards. Then Klubnik's able to throw the ball short. They get a first down. And that's where we're at right now. So that's a big call in the game. Big call in the game. So I'm kind of worried because this was supposed to be an injury timeout, and they're still on commercial. So definitely not a good sign. Definitely not a good sign when they take this long to come back from commercial, but we'll see. And still another commercial. Jesus. Can we get back to the game here? Like, I understand a kid's injured. Like, get him off the field. Let's go. I don't know what's happening right now. Both teams are huddled up. That's never a good sign. Wow. Kansas State struggled to get by North Dakota. Yeah, so much for Kansas State this year. So there we go with that. All right, here we go. Clemson is back in it. Shotgun, two-back situation. One of the backs is in motion. He fakes the handoff. Klubnik over the middle. Defender fell down, and he breaks a tackle, and he's inside the 35-yard line. Down inside the 40, down to about the 37-yard line, and Klubnik wants his guys up. Let's go. Defender fell down. There he goes. There's Klubnik. He's up to the line of scrimmage. They're going tempo now. Back in the shotgun. One back with a tight end wing. Tight end wing to the right. Now they move them out. Now they got a trips to the right. It's a trips club. As I call it, a trips club. And I'll explain that in a second. And they run a wide receiver screen. Oh, and the guy missed the tackle, but he got just enough of them. Now, what I call a trips club is when you have one receiver up and two behind him. I call that a club. I used to call it a club when I called plays. It would be trips club. So that's what I mean when I say trips club. All right, we have two receivers to the left, one to the right. Klubnik back in the shotgun. He takes a snap. He throws over the middle, and it's complete to his tight end. I don't know if that was the tight end. I think it was the H-back. They had an H-back in. H-back in as they look. They go no huddle. Well, they go with a mock huddle. Now they huddle up. As Klubnik was getting the play. Now he's got the play. He gets him out. Third down on the play. 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 for Clemson. Shotgun. Running back to his left. He's got He's got a split receivers to the left. He fakes the handoff. Klubnik running for his life. He throws the ball away, and it's third, and it's going to be 4th and 5. Big decision for Dabo Swinney. Not really a big. I mean, this is a big decision, but it's an easy one. It's an easy decision. You got to go for it here. You're too far. You're at the 35-yard line. You're way up. A field goal doesn't really do anything for you. You need the first down. Here you go. Here comes Dabo with a big call. This is putting the ball game on the line here. 9 minutes to go. And Klubnik back to pass. He steps up. He throws over the middle. And it's broken up nicely by number 0. Broken up. And it'll be a turnover on downs. Wait. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Did we have a timeout? All that for nothing. No play. Timeout called. I don't know who called it. They didn't say who called it. Let's go. Let's rewind a little bit because it's gonna be a while. Let's rewind and see what happened.
It was a design run. Throws that, he sets it. Timeout was taken by Clemson before that snap.
Clemson calls the timeout just as the ball is snapped. They get the timeout call. Wow. What a call. What a call. What a play. That was a game saver, as we'll have another 4th and 5. 4th and 5 when we come back from break. Another try at 4th and 5. LSU played it perfect. They pressured. They got the throw, and he made the play. But Dabo must have called it from the side. Nobody on the field called timeout, so it must have been Dabo from the sidelines calling timeout just prior to the snap, because you didn't hear a whistle till halfway through the play. So we got all of that going. So all of that for nothing. But here we go. 4th down, 9:05 to go. LSU up 17-10 at Clemson. Could we have two top 5 teams go down in week 1 and 3 top 10 teams go down in week 1? Very much so. And we still have Notre Dame and Miami to come. So a lot on the line here. Here we go. 4th and 5. Klubnik takes the snap. He throws over the middle, and it's dropped. Dropped or knocked away. Either way, it's an incomplete pass. And Dabo trying to call his guys over. Hey, look, there's 9 minutes left. We're going to get the ball back. Let's go. It was a good throw. It was the only spot you could try to complete that pass. LSU played it better. And there's nothing you can do on that. Right there, that was the play design. The play was designed to go to that guy. LSU read it, and they made the play on it. So nothing you can do there. All right, here we go. LSU with the ball. 9 minutes to go. They hand off to Durham. Durham running to the left. And he's tackled after about a 3-yard gain. 3-yard gain. We'll take a little 3-yard. We'll take a little 3-yard gainer. And yeah. Garrett Nussmeier, 21 of 31, 208, and a touchdown. And here he comes again, throwing. It's a screen, and he's got it, and he's got a first down. First down, and he's out of bounds. First down and out of bounds. And the clock's still running because there's 8 minutes left. 8 minutes left. They're going to run the clock. There's another wide receiver screen. Stay in bounds. If you're LSU, stay in bounds. Let the clock run. The clock is your friend. The clock is your friend right now if you're LSU. As we have 7:45 to go. So when they snap this ball, there should be under 7:30 to go. Nussmeier huddling them up. Second down. They're at about midfield. So it's 2nd and 3. They can take their time. They can run the football here. They can run the football and get even more time off this clock. 7:20 to go. Still 20 seconds on the play clock. So there could be 7 minutes left by the time they snap this ball. But no, they snap it right away and they run the same. They just ran the same play 3 times in a row. This seems to be their run the clock out play. Is trips to the left, throw the bubble screen. It seems bubble screen is their go-to. Let's run the clock out play, because now there's 6:40 to go. Still 10 seconds on the play clock as they break the huddle. Shotgun with Durham standing next to him to his right. Nussmeier in the shotgun. They move it out and they fake the bubble screen, and now he throws the bubble, and Clemson not fooled at all this time. Not fooled at all as they tackle him in the backfield. Let that clock tick, 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 tick. 30 seconds on the play clock. There will be under 6 minutes to go when we have this second down snap. So 2nd down and 17, and LSU, do you want to be aggressive or do you want to play passive here? Well, they're running the clock down. I think it's going to be a draw. And it's just a straight handoff to the running back. And he's down. He stayed in bounds. And he's down. And there will be 5 minutes left when this play is snapped. There will be 5 minutes left. 17-10. 3rd and 12 for LSU. 3rd and 12. 5:15 to go. 24 still on the play clock. If you snap this ball before there's 5 minutes left, what just happened? And they stop the play for some reason. Let's see why.
Gotro making an announcement that had to do with the clock.
Yeah, the clock. The play clock didn't start. The play clock didn't start. I think they're going to add time.
It needs to be changed. This is one of those games.
What happened is so they stopped the game to check the play clock. What happened is when the play stopped, the play clock started before they had set the ball. So let's see what happened. So there's a tackle. The helmet came off, so they should have blown the play dead.
We talked about this on College Game Day, Ohio State.
Yeah. So basically what they're going to do, what's going to happen here is, so what happened is a player's helmet came off, so they should have stopped play so they could get that taken care of. And then when the ball's spotted, then you run the clock and you start the play clock. So they reset it to the time when the guy's helmet came off. It's back to 40 seconds, and LSU should run this all the way down, but they're not going. They might. They got guys in motion. They got guys doing all sorts of crazy things. There's still 20 seconds on the play clock. They should run this all the way down, and there will be 5 minutes left when they snap this ball. And they snapped it before 5 minutes. And they run the bubble screen again, and he gets the ball over the 40-yard line. It's now 4th down. And if you're Brian Kelly, punt the ball. You got to punt. You got to punt the ball. You can't give Clemson the ball at your own. You can't give the ball at their 40-yard line. Punt the ball. Worst case scenario, they're at the 25-yard line. Worst case scenario, they're at the 20-yard line. Best case scenario, you pin them somewhere inside the 10. There's the snap, the punt, and it's up. And they got guys down there, and he should have caught it, but he didn't. Goes into the end zone. 4:26 to go. 4:26 to go. Clemson gets the ball at their own 20-yard line, down 7. Can Cade Klubnik lead a drive? Can he have a Heisman moment? 14 of 28, 181, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Can Cade Klubnik bring his team all the way back, score this touchdown, tie the game up, send us to overtime, Mr. Klubnik? Let's go. Back in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Motion. He fakes it. They're going to say it's an incomplete pass. I think he just spiked it into the ground. He was trying to get it to the motion. He was trying to get it to his motion guy in the flat, but was wrapped up, and he ends up throwing it to nobody. So, it was tipped and almost intercepted. That's why everybody was out going crazy. But anyway, it's second and 10 from the 20-yard line. Klubnik back to pass. He throws deep down the sideline, and it's dropped. It hit him right on the back shoulder. Good coverage on the play. It would have been a tough catch. So I don't necessarily say it's a drop, but it was in his hands. And as a former wide receiver, if the ball hits you in the hands, you should have caught it. So 3rd and 10, 4:14 to go. Klubnik, 3rd and 10 from the 20-yard line. Motion. Here we go. Two receivers setting up to the left. Here comes Klubnik back. And there's a flag on the play. It looks like a false start. False start on Clemson. So it'll be 3rd and 15, making it even that much harder. Making it that much harder for Mr. Klubnik. 17-10, LSU in the lead. Clemson down 7 with the ball. 3rd and 15. Klubnik drops back. He throws over the middle. Guy catches it, and not going to be enough. And with 2 timeouts and the 2-minute warning, what does Dabo do here? Looks like Dabo's going to play the safe play and punt it. He's going to punt it. Right now, if you're LSU, 1 first down, a first down, and this game is over. So right now, I think you're telling your punt returner, just fair catch it. I don't care where the ball is. I don't care what you have in front of you. Fair catch it. But he doesn't. He catches it. He takes a block. He runs up, and he gets all the way up to the 47-yard line. But there's a flag. It's probably a hold on LSU. Yep, holding on LSU. So they'll back them up 10. But you know what, Brian Kelly? Even though I know you're upset that there was a penalty, you know what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Go out, get a first down, and you're good. Go out and get a first down, you're good. So let's see what we have going on here. LSU getting the ball back, up 7, 3:22 to go. 3:22 to go. And we are calling the game here. We're doing our thing. Nussmeier is in the shotgun with Durham next to him. He goes in motion. They do that little they do the wide receiver screen that they have been trying to do over the middle, but this time Clemson doesn't fall for it, and he runs right into the defensive tackle. No timeout called by Clemson. They're going to let this go all the way down. LSU's going to let this go all the way down. I would imagine whatever happens here is going to be a timeout by Clemson. We got a shotgun. We got a shotgun. It's a T formation, and he's going to hand it to Durham. Durham gets stuffed in the backfield, and now we're going to get a Clemson timeout. Now we get a Clemson timeout. 2:34 to go. 2:34 to go. 17-10. Third down. It's third and ridiculously long. 3rd and 11. If you're Clemson makes the stop, calls timeout. You still have the 2-minute warning. You still have the 2-minute timeout. So the 2-minute warning will stop the clock. Because you're down by 7, I don't think keeping the timeout is not important to you because you're down by 7. If it were a field goal game, a timeout would be important because you would need a timeout to get your kicker on the field. But in the way that it's set up right now, because it's 7, you have to score a touchdown. You just have to stop LSU on this play and call timeout. Use your last timeout because you have the 2-minute stoppage coming up. Plus, you get the stoppage on every first down. So right now, to make a stop, and they're going to pass. He's going to throw. Durham has it, and he's tackled at the 21-yard line. And Clemson not choosing the timeout. I mean, this is 20 seconds off the clock. They let them go to the 2-minute warning. Clemson going to keep the timeout. Now, all right, since they called the timeout, they hit the 2-minute warning. So we're going to have our 2-minute warning break. So let me explain what I was talking about. When he got tackled, there was 27 seconds. It was 2:27. You call that timeout, that's 27 seconds that you just saved. Now they got a punt. The punt probably takes 5, maybe 6 seconds because you're probably going to fair catch it anyway. So it probably takes about 5, 6 seconds off the clock. So you probably have about 20 seconds till the 2-minute warning. So you could definitely run a few plays before the 2-minute warning. You get the 2-minute warning. You don't need a timeout. You don't need a timeout. You don't need the timeout on offense because you have to score a touchdown. You don't have to run guys on the field. You have to call plays to get to the end zone. So I would have called the timeout there, even though it's my last one. Use that last timeout. Save the second. You have 20 seconds. You could probably get 2 plays off because you still have that first, if you get a first down, because you have to move the ball in chunks. You're going to be moving the ball in first down chunks. So you're on offense. You can control the clock on offense. You can't control the clock on defense. That's why you use your timeouts on defense, because you can get a first down, time stops, you get the first down, you spike it. You can spike it if you want to stop the clock immediately. So I would have called the timeout there. I would have called the timeout there, saved me that time, and ran plays on the other side of the 2-minute warning. So we'll see how this works out for Dabo, but Dabo making the decision to keep the timeout in his pocket and have a chance, and they're going to get a chance. They're going to get the punt. There's going to be a punt coming up when we come back. They're going to punt. Then Clemson's going to get the ball, and then we're going to see if there's a light at the end of the tunnel here for the Clemson Tigers. So LSU up 17-10 with 2 minutes to go. Again, we couldn't ask. You couldn't ask for a better game, for a totally deets opener. You couldn't ask for a better game. We've had everything in this game. We've had great plays. We've had missed calls. We've had questionable calls. We've had coaching decisions We've had coaching decisions to talk about. We've had everything we could in this game. So you can't ask for a better game. Can't ask for a better game right now. And here comes Clemson. He's got the return. He's up past the 40, and he makes a cut. And they say he stepped out of bounds because everybody just stopped for no reason. All right, here we go. Clemson with the ball. 1:46 to go. They have 56 yards to go. 56 yards to tie this game. Oh, even less. 52 yards to go. It looks like. No, more than that. I was right the first time. 46 yards they have 56 yards to go. Ball on the Clemson 44-yard line. Cade Klubnik with the shotgun. Moves the back in motion. Here he comes. Back to pass. He throws. Wide receiver was not even ready for it. Wide receiver was not even looking for the ball. And it got thrown his way. And I mean, that's just a terrible route. That is a terrible route. That is a good thrown ball. It's a terrible route. So, incomplete, 2nd and 10. Here's Klubnik back in the shotgun. He throws over the middle, and it's complete, and he's out of bounds at the 38-yard line. A hole in the zone defense, and they found it with a nice corner route. Nice corner, beats the cover 2. That's the route you need to run. They got a spread formation. Here comes Klubnik out of the shotgun. He takes the snap. He throws the out and misses the tackle. Missed the tackle. He's down to the 20-yard line and out of bounds. Still one timeout to go. Still one timeout. 1:34 to go. LSU trying to hold on. Clemson trying to get the comeback here. They are 22 yards from tying this game up. Klubnik in the shotgun. Trips to the right. Here he comes. Takes the shotgun. He throws it over the middle, and it's tackled. And he's tackled. Get up to the line of scrimmage. Go, go, go. You got to go quick. Got to go quick. 1:20 to go. 1:20 to go. Ball at the 18-yard line. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 7. Sorry, 2nd and 7. Klubnik back to pass. He throws to the running back out of the backfield. He breaks the tackle and gets out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and about 3. 3rd and 3 from about the 13-yard line. They say 3rd and 4. 3rd and 4 from the 15-yard line. They can get a first down at the 11-yard line. Here's Klubnik in the shotgun. He's got a trips to the right. He's got a running back to his right. He's in the shotgun. He takes the snap. He throws the quick slant. Ball's in the air, and it falls harmlessly incomplete. 4th and 4. Ball game on the line here. 4th and 4. 1:04 to go. Remember, Clemson does have a timeout, so they can stop the clock. But this is the ball game right here. First down or bust for Clemson. Here it is, 4th and 4 from the 15-yard line, and LSU wants a timeout. It's got to be LSU taking a time. Yeah, LSU takes a timeout as they wanted to see how Clemson would line up, wanted to see what the formation is, take the timeout, talk it over, make sure everybody's on the same page. You don't want any mistakes right now. In a 4th and 4 to go with 1:04 left in a 7-point game, 15 yards from the end zone. We've said it all fourth quarter. Couldn't ask for a better game. Couldn't ask for a better game for the first totally deets game. You couldn't ask for a better game. Couldn't ask for a better game. I mean, you can ask for a lot of things better. You can ask for a better setup. You can ask for a lot of better things visually. You can't ask for a better game. Klubnik rolling out, being chased, throws on the run, and it's incomplete. LSU came with the blitz, and guess who made the play? Harold Perkins made the play to save the game for LSU. When they needed it most, their best player came on the blitz, and he got there. And he came from all the way on the other side of the field. This is an amazing athletic play by one of the best defenders in the country. What a play by him. What a play by Harold Perkins Jr. Know that name. Love that. That is going to be a name you are going to hear about for years to come. This kid is amazing. And he came from the other side of the field on a loop blitz and made that play. Forced that throw. They did not account for that kind of athleticism. And that's what cost Clemson right there. So LSU will down the ball. They are out of here. We are out of here. We'll wrap up the game. They're down in the ball. We're going to wrap up the game. You know what? A great game. A great game. A great game to start the Totally Deets era of calling football games. What a game. You couldn't ask for anything better. Couldn't ask for it better. The best player on the field made the best play at the best time. And LSU defeats Clemson in Death Valley. What does this mean for the season going forward? Well, LSU is a viable option right now. But they probably, we're going to be talking about who played the best in the SEC. I mean, obviously Georgia, they played Marshall, so they kind of get a pass. Texas played Ohio State, so we expected them not to look the best, but they didn't look sharp at all. LSU here against Clemson, yeah, they had some stumbles. Yeah, they had some bad looks, but they looked like a football team. They looked like a competent team. I could easily see them as third. I could easily see them as that third team in the SEC right now. With Georgia, Texas, LSU, Tennessee, Alabama. A lot to look forward to for the LSU Tigers. All right. Guys, thank you to Snowman for allowing me to do this, for actually telling me to do this. So, you know, I was pretty content to just watch the game and, you know, do pretty much what I was doing here. Just watch the game and go on with my life. But Snowman texted me and said, "You want the game? You got it. Go take it." And I can't be happier with the game we got, with the discussions we had. You know, we'll get better as this thing goes on. We'll get better with getting the game situated. But for how it went, I think it went pretty well. I'm going to say it went pretty well. I mean, for the fact that I had to do a fantasy draft in the middle of it, that's kind of that was a wrinkle that was thrown in. But, you know, going forward, a totally Deets game every Saturday. Maybe it'll become a thing. All right, Snowman is doing Hawaii versus Arizona. So let's get out of here. Let's go head over to that. If I knew how to end this, I would. So let's see if I know how to end this. No. Hey, here we go. All right. So everybody, Totally Deets on Thursday, unless Snowman wants me to do it sometime earlier. Otherwise, Thursday, Totally Deets college football breakdown. We'll be breaking down everything from week 1, talking about the winners, the losers, getting you ready for week 2, and where we are after this inaugural game. So, all right, we'll talk to y'all later. We'll do it again next time. Anybody, Come on in. We'll do it again. We'll talk later. All right.